G'day, I'm Malcolm Douglas, and I was going to introduce my new series with my dingo sitting quietly beside me, but they're all so full of energy, and they are extremely difficult to train, but they are magic animals, and they're very affectionate, providing they've been raised by humans from a very early age. Never do television shows with kids or pets, they tell me. Now, I'm going to do 5 or 6 stories in the hour. We're going to do a boating story. We're going to do bush cooking, genuine bush cooking. Come here, little one. We're going to do endangered characters. That's the old timers of the bush. We're going to do a 4-wheel drive story. And we're going to do survival stories. Come here, come here, come here. And we're even going to show you around my wildlife wilderness park here in Broome. Now, it's a great series. I really enjoyed making it, and I'm sure you're going to really enjoy watching it. So let's go. Come on. I'm now heading north along the Kimberley coast in my Trailcraft boat. We left Derby yesterday on the way to Montgomery Reef. Now, Montgomery Reef is about 100 nautical miles up King Sound, up towards the top of the Kimberleys. And I wouldn't suggest the average person attempt a trip like this because Montgomery Reef really is a wild and dangerous place. A mate of mine said to me recently, Montgomery Reef is the sort of place that you make one bad mistake and you get killed. Why am I cleaning up the old Magnum? Because I've got a license for it, and the crocodiles up in this part of the world can be pretty bad. If you think boating in the Kimberley is easy, just have a look at this. Spring low tide, saw the beach, brought the boat in, put the boat down, 20 minutes too late, and because it's such one of the biggest tides of the year, we've now got to try and get ashore through this mud. And without dropping my swag, and Bundy's actually bogged down here, can't move. Come on, Bud, get out. Come on, you got to get ashore. Come on. Let's see if we can make it. Come on. Oh my gosh, this is going to be very hard. Oh. Come on, Bundy. No, come on, over to the beach. Come on. Yes, come on. Come on. That's a good dog, you can make it. Come on. Good back. Go on, Bundy. Go. After a very muddy night, we've motored over right onto the edge of Montgomery Reef. Now, this is an extraordinary reef. If I took the boat right round, it'd take me several hours. It's about 50, 60 kilometres right round it. At low tide, you've got about 6 metres of the reef out of the water, and you've got all these spectacular waterfalls. Now, right out in the middle of the reef, it's totally different. You've got a mangrove habitat. I call it hell on earth. You've got mosquitoes, crocodiles, mud, sharks, rays, and hopefully big barramundi. And as the tide rises, we're going to motor right over there and spend a couple of days right in the middle of those mangroves. Oh my gosh, look, and when the tide's full, these are the sort of fish that come right up into the mangroves. Huge trevally. Oh. Too big to eat, I'll just get rid of this hook and let him go. We're now right up in the mangroves. And it's really interesting up here because these crocodiles have never been shot at. So they don't have any fear of humans. 40 or 50 years ago when they were hunting crocs on this coast, the shooters never came up onto Montgomery, right up into the mangroves. There's too many mosquitoes and they get stuck up here. And if you just look over here on my left, I've got my dog eyeing off this crocodile. Now Bundy, get out of it. Toby, then get back. In all my years dealing with crocodiles, I have never ever seen anything like this. Bundy, get out of it. That was incredible. That croc has absolutely no fear of humans at all. Now, this is very interesting because we always say don't clean your fish near the water, and that's exactly what I'm doing. The tide's dropping, the boat's right out of the water almost, and sun's setting, and we were cleaning our fish here. And that crocodile just came, as you saw, it came straight out of the water and just started eating that fish in front of me. Quite amazing. 15 minutes later, the croc's back again. Only crocodiles in these really remote areas are this quiet. Around midnight, on the high tide, we began looking for crocs. Now that's a whaler shark attacking mullet. This is how I love to see crocodiles in the Kimberleys. These Montgomery crocodiles have absolutely no fear of humans. Now, see them over here? These crocs are the key species in the river system. They're the dominant predators, and they must be protected for all times. Just have a look over here. Now this 3-metre croc has come just a little too close. Never mind. The swag's a bit wet. Well, that was a very long night. We're motoring along here on a high tide, and right up near the mangroves. The tide only stays up here for about an hour, and we got stuck on this sandbar, so we're here until probably 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. What happens, the tide takes about 5 hours to come up to here. It's only here for about an hour, and then it runs off. So once the tide changes, it's going to come over this sand flat and bang into the boat and spin us around, and then we'll have time to get in around those mangroves and get down into some deep water. See how quickly the tide's coming in as I kneel down here. The tide's here now. It's passing me in a few seconds. It'll be a couple of metres past me, and I don't believe it. Just have a look over here at this. Look at the speed of this water. Unbelievable. You can't really appreciate this unless you actually here. As quickly as I'm moving, the tide's coming in. Just have a look here. I'll kneel down. Now, I can't go any faster than that now. Already there's a few centimetres of water around me. This is a very dangerous situation because if you get trapped down on these sandbars, there's no way you can get onto high ground or get back to the boat. So I'm going to get out of here before I get trapped. I'm heading back to the boat now. On the first flash of water over the reef, up into the mangroves, brings in schools of big golden trevally, and the fly gear really sets them off. You look out stern there now. I've got one on and you can see a school of them. That's not a bad fish on fly. One of the amazing things about Montgomery Reef at high tide are the incredible numbers of sharks that come up on the reef and into the mangroves. As soon as you start preparing a fish, a little bit of blood in the water, a little bit of scrap, the sharks just come from everywhere. Out the back of the boat now, there's probably 50 or 60 sharks. Now I'm just going to tie a rope on the tail of this golden trevally, drop it in the water here, just watch the action. I don't think I've ever been anywhere I've seen more sharks than on the top of Montgomery Reef. And that's a nice way to finish the trip. In this series, I'm going to demonstrate to you many exciting outback recipes. Now, cooking in the bush is very different to cooking at home, because at home you've got all sorts of fresh ingredients. Out here in the bush, you virtually don't have any fresh ingredients. So to cook up a good feed, it's quite an art, it's quite different. Now, the first thing I want to demonstrate to you is the proper way to make a damper, then we're going to make scones, then we're going to make a really good loaf of bread. So, to make a basic damper, all you need is self-raising flour and a pinch of salt and water. You could also use plain flour and your traditional baking powder, but you don't have to use powdered milk or eggs or anything, because quite often you don't have those things. So all we do is just get our self-raising flour here and just a pinch of salt, just a pinch of salt there, and then just knead it up for 3 or 4 minutes and straight into the coals. Before you start kneading up the flour, it's a good idea to put some oil on your hands, and that stops the dough from clagging and sticking on your fingers. Now I just cut this into 3. I'm going to make 3 fairly small dampers. 1, 2, 3. Right, just round them up and they're ready to go into the fire. Get down into these nice hot coals here. Righto. There we are, the first damper straight into the coals. Cover it over. There we are. Second one, I'm going to put into the frying pan. Right here. See that? Just into the frying pan. Just a touch of dry flour on the top and put it straight into the coals there, and just fill the frying pan up with coals. Now the third one, I'm going to cook in the camp oven here, the small camp oven. You notice I've preheated it, so it's nice and warm, and just a little bit of dry flour on that. And I'll drop it straight in to the camp oven, put the lid on, righto, get rid of this. Now, a few coals on the camp oven. I'll give that probably about 30 minutes. One there, first one. Now this is the one in the frying pan. Just tip him out, there he is. Get him out of the pan, looking good. And yes, the one in the camp oven, we just pull the lid off. Still be pretty hot, of course. Just get him over here. Righto, I'll just let that one cool down for a second. These ones have been cooked in the coals. Surprise, surprise, there's absolutely no ash or sand on them. That's the one from the coals, that's the one that's been in the frying pan. And wait, open it up, it's very hot. There we are. And that's your traditional damper. All that is self-raising flour, salt and water. Before we do the scone mix, I'll just make up the bread and get it rising. Right now it's 10 of the plain flour, that's 3, 10. 10 of the flour. Right. It's 4 tablespoons of raw sugar. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's only a dessert spoon, so we go 1 1/4. 4 of the yeast. What I have here is the Easy Bake yeast with the Improver mix in it. It's one of the best. Right, 4 of these. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just make it up 2, 3, 4. Now, and 3 tablespoons of salt. 1, 2, 3, and again I'm only using a dessert spoon. So we just go. You've got to have your water just warm. That's just about right. So we just get the lids on these, get them out of the way. Now the water goes in here and we mix it up. Mix it up till you've got a really sloppy mix. See how it's sort of just sticking to that spoon? That's pretty good. Now it's fairly windy this morning, so I'm going to cover it over, put it out of the wind in the back of the car for about 45 minutes. That certainly did rise. Plenty of flour out on the table, and get our bread mix out there. That's been standing for an hour. Righto. Righto. Now, I've got to work this for about 10 or 15 minutes, put it away, let it rise. You can knock it down and let it rise 2 or 3 times. The more kneading you give it, and the more times you knock it down, the lighter the bread. All I have to do is knock it down and put it in the camp oven. Four quarters in here. 1, 2. Oh, only just going to get them in. 3. With the Hillbilly camp oven, you just need a few coals on the top there, and I'll come back and I'll check that in about 45 minutes. That's not a bad loaf of bread. Time for a cup of tea. In the far north of Western Australia, on the banks of the Ord River near Kununurra, lives Roy Walker and his wife Barbara. Roy, now in his mid-70s, has lived in the bush all his life. You originally had your first camp down on the river, didn't you? Well, where's that camp?
He's flooded out.
All gone?
Yeah. Flooded the lot out.
And at 72, you've come back up here on the ridge?
Oh, yeah.
And starting again?
Yeah.
And you're building these incredible shelters?
Yeah.
Then what about those stockyards I saw coming in?
Oh, Barbara's doing all that down there, the paddling. She can work. She swings the bar and the saw and everything. She can joggle out and everything.
Now, Barbara's a bit younger than you. Where's she from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland?
Yeah, Zurich.
Zurich.
But she's the toughest woman I've ever seen. Yeah. She's strong and powerful. She'll push the wheelbarrow in here, 8 k's loaded with stores in the wet, swim the creek, put the wheelbarrow on a truck tube, swim across the bloody creek, whirl the wheelbarrow in there, and then go back and get another load.
I heard the only way you get from here to Kununurra is she goes down this swollen river in a Zodiac, one of those rubber duckies.
Yeah, she goes down in a boat.
Well, one of those rubber duckies.
Yeah, yeah.
All the way down to Kununurra. And you're going to wait here?
Yep.
Will you go with her?
No, I went once. No more, half, and the river was half flowing.
Yeah?
I tell you what, that bloody river, it's got a crown on it.
Yeah.
You're up top and you ought to see where she goes in there. Bloody great whirlpools and
but she's made it back every time.
Sometimes she come home dark.
You got television here?
No, I don't have them here.
You got a radio here?
Oh, I give it away the other day.
You got no radio,
No.
no television?
No. I don't want to. You switch on the bloody wireless now, all you hear is murder, war, rape, these bloody politicians and their power and their money, and that's all you hear.
No.
I turn to listen to the bloody birds.
So would I. You even got a
Good.
telephone here now.
Yes, you just got that. Just got that.
Satellite phone.
Yeah,
How long you had that?
a couple of months.
So at 72 you got the phone on. Geez, you don't need anything here, do you?
No, I don't like the bloody telephone.
So you want to set your wife up?
I want to set her up with a home,
Yeah,
and she loves it here.
yeah.
A lot of them love it here.
Yeah.
Wish you could have 4 or 5 wives, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You keep them all happy.
Oh, I can handle them.
Yeah.
Stroke or no stroke.
Age is no problem?
No problem. You get worse, mate. I tell you, get worse. You don't want none of them bloody, what's it called, Niagara tablets. You don't want none of them, mate, I can tell you what.
No?
No, plenty of corned beef.
Viagra?
Yeah, plenty of corned beef you want.
Didn't your wife first see you on European television? And
Yeah,
come
well,
all
I
the way
was
to
on
Australia?
Box German, they came here. And the journalist, she was a female. I nearly grabbed her too. Of course, she was beautiful. Not the fact I'm more or less going with her.
Yeah.
But she had to get to Western Australia. But by the time she come to live in Western Australia, I'd married Barbara.
Yeah.
So,
But Barbara came from Switzerland all the way to Kununurra
yeah,
and tracked you down.
yeah, tracked me down. That's a good-looking bloke, eh?
You are, yeah.
Bloody handsome.
But you were a bit of a scallywag when you were young.
Oh, real naughty boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, naughty boy me.
I heard once that you were on the chain. What was that?
Oh, that was back in Fitzroy. That was back in the 40s.
What do they mean when they say you're on the chain?
Well, they chained us for 7 days under the bow shed.
What,
Me-
round the neck?
Yeah, and on the wrist.
Yeah.
The troopers.
Yeah.
And cohabitating with Aboriginals, that's what it was. The main thing. You weren't allowed to talk to them. Not in town.
Not at all.
No.
No.
They call that cohabitating, and you could get up to 12 months for cohabitating.
Just from talking to an
Yeah,
Aboriginal.
especially if you're caught giving them booze, which we didn't give them booze, but we cohabitated with them.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I slept with a couple of young studs, and they found out. The boy told the trooper come out and collected us. And they took us up into the court. Well, we got 7 days on the chain because there was no jail there. It was only where they used to chain the spearers.
Yeah, for
All the
spearing.
cattle spearers, they
It's
chained
the
them there.
Aboriginal for spearing
Yeah,
cattle.
and we were trained with them.
Yeah.
But the daytime you got one on the neck, 8-foot lead.
Yeah.
Nighttime you got one on the wrist and one on your neck, a 4-foot lead. You could lay down with it.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the bloody mosquitoes.
Bad. Hey. Be
We
a long
laughed,
time.
we laughed the first couple of days. We weren't laughing after 7 days, I can tell you what.
Yeah. You're on the spillway between the main dam and the lower dam.
Yep.
And they used to do whitewater rafting down here at one stage, didn't they, when you were here?
Yeah.
Yeah. These were tourist operators from...
Tourist operator in town.
Yeah. But there's a story about him.
Oh, well, he was, as far as I'm concerned, he's a bloody dingo. I wanted him to come in here and have a meeting and discuss about helping me maintain the road, and then he can use it as much as he wanted. He could even bring his people in here.
Yeah.
But no, he wanted the lot. Anyway, I blocked the jump up on the far side with my vehicle.
Yeah, the jump up's a high
Yeah,
point on the road.
so he couldn't go past to pick
Yeah.
up his people. The raft went down.
The raft went down early in the morning.
Yeah, and about an hour's time up he come. He jumped out of his car. I blocked him, and I'm up in the rocks. And I asked him what his name was, and he said Ian McGilt. So I put a bullet in alongside him, and he took off. He spun around, he started to get a bit shaky, so I put one in close, he off. He off. Flat out. So I picked up my guns and I went down to the raft and I ordered them off the raft, and I blew the raft up. And they off like bloody
You
rabbits.
shot it?
I shot the raft,
What with? Shotgun?
shotgun. I put 3 or 4 in her.
It would have sunk.
She sank like a bloody puff balloon, like a bloody bread going down, like
Yeah.
a balloon.
And all those young backpackers and everything,
They off
off in...
into the scrub like rabbits. They off.
Yeah.
And I knew there'd be strife. Come home and then I appeared in court the following Tuesday, and I got a $300 fine for blowing up the raft and probation.
Still like your horses?
Yeah. I couldn't live without them.
No.
No, they're part of this.
Yeah. Why'd you come here and marry Roy?
Because I married him for his good look and his money.
That's
I'm now in the Northern Territory heading for the remote Aboriginal community of Pigeon Hole on the Victoria River. We've got a little bit of a problem here. Early wet season rains a week ago, so now where the track was, we've got this water hole. First thing I have to do is to check how deep it is and to see how firm the bottom is. You never go into a water hole like this without checking how deep it is. Now, if it doesn't go above my knees, the depth is okay, and the bottom has got rocks there, half mud and half gravel. 50-50 chance, so I'll give it a go. Everything's big in the Northern Territory. Just have a look at this giant windmill pumping water for the cattle. The heat's unbearable. And this is a great place to cool off. Oh, that's so good. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning, it's already around about 40 degrees. And by about 3 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be 43, 44, and that's hot.
My little brother.
Hello. How are you? Now, Kevin's a practical teacher, and he's taught the kids to fish for barra with rods and lures. And my bag of lures creates plenty of interest. Those in the RMGs. Yes. So hopefully tomorrow we're going to go out on the river and have a good fish with all the kids. We're now on the mighty Victoria River, and everyone wants a line in the water. Just sit there, you're right, yeah. Hey! With the build up to the wet season, the barramundi are really on the bite. These kids at Pigeon Hole are right into modern technology. They've got the digital camera here, the latest, and they're going to take a photo. You ready, mate? Pretty heavy fish. And then they'll take it back and scan it out at school this afternoon. Yep, good shot. Good. Hey, too heavy? Hey? All these barrier caught. Hey, look at that. Lift him up here.
Oh. Heavy to you.
Yeah, heavy for me too. Now that's what you call a real feeder barramundi. Kids want to cook them in the paper bark in the ground and then take them back for the rest of the community. Oh, they're very heavy. You grab the other end. Where's my mate?
There.
Hey, you grab it. There. Get it out here. Oh. Yeah, put him down there. Oh. In the old days, in the stock camps, they used to make up huge dampers for all the stockmen, and occasionally out here they still do it. And we've brought over to the river today half a 44, and we're going to mix up Probably the biggest damper that you kids have seen for a while, eh? Righto, so we're going to put lots of flour on here. Eh? How's that?
Yep.
More?
Yep.
More? Righto. Now, plenty of flour. Just mix it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is put some baking powder in there, some bicarb soda or baking powder to help it rise a bit. And what do you think if we put some nuts in there? Eh? I suppose you want some nuts here. Yeah, you eat some of these nuts while we're there. There we are. You grab some of that. More? You got enough?
And more.
You want some more? Yeah, a little bit more water in the middle there and put some more fruit in. And I'm... No, give it a big punch him. We'll get him right.
We need more water.
Yeah. Just slide it in. Oh, it's so heavy. There we go. In. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Oh, we're going to have a good feed tonight. We've put these barramundi we've caught on the hot sand and on the paper bark, and then we're going to cover them over, put the paper bark on top and then the hot sand. It's a traditional way of cooking fish out here. Only one barramundi is eaten now. The rest will be taken back to the community and shared around. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's hot. Get the drum out of the way. Oh. We still got some honey, or we'll go down by the water where it's a bit cooler and we'll try it. Because you're saying 12 months ago none of these children could even write their own name.
Well, a lot of them were through bad attendance and the usual things. Now they all come to school. This is the only school where there's 100% attendance. Every kid on the community, you'll go down there now, and you won't see one kid on the community. They're all here.
At school?
Yeah.
And half of them on the computer and printing out stories of what they've done with Malcolm or you the day before.
Yes.
And that's just marvellous.
And they can read, we'll stick them on the wall and they can read that next week and the week after. They can put it in their files, and they can dig it out. So it's a good revision for them all the time. And they remember it? And they remember it vividly, of course. Like to our Goldilocks and the Three Bears. I mean, who cares about Goldilocks and the Three Bears?
The monsoonal rains are due any day, so I head back to Broome before I'm stranded for weeks. In this series, we're going to do many stories on survival. Now, survival can be anything from getting a four-wheel drive out of a bog to rubbing sticks together to make fire. Now, the first thing I want to show you with my two Kimberley mates here, tribesmen from the Central Kimberleys, is how to go and select a certain type of timber and rub it together to make a fire. What we're actually looking for is a bottom stick which in the middle has a soft pith in it. So, and we've got a thin one, so we've got to twist this thin one into the bottom one. And what we've got to do for start is go down onto the rocks and very carefully straighten this one up. So I think we've got our raw materials, so we'll go and give it a go. I've just got to split this base down the middle here. There we are. Right, there we are. Now, I have to make a groove in here to set my stick. Now the secret of this is to get your main fire lighting stick, the one you're going to put between your hands, you've got to get very straight. Scotty here has got one. Scotty, that's perfect. See it there? It's that's just beautiful. I think that's good enough. All we've got to do now is to just clean it up on the stone here. Right, get it nice and flat. What we're doing is making sure that we've got no shoulder on this. We've got it nice and smooth, So when we put it into our base there, it's going to turn nicely. Now, this is the best ingredients of all for lighting a fire. See this dry kangaroo dung? Collected this on the rocks. So as we're rotating the sticks, we're going to powder that down in the hole, just down here like this. There we go. Righto. Hey, look. Once you start doing this, you have to keep it going, and this is the hard part, is to keep the pressure on and keep rotating it till it starts to smoke. You're going to take over now, Scotty. Oh, Matthew. Yep, your turn. You coming? That's him. That's him. I'll grab him.
That's him.
I'll get him. That's him. He's moulding nice.
Yeah.
He coming?
He's coming.
This is always the delicate part, is just to get this little bit of embers here from going out. It's mouldering well in the wind. There we are. We got him. Yeah. Now I must say that's probably the hardest way in the bush to make fire. Unless you've got a few people, it is very difficult because you just knock up. But if you know what you're doing, you can get a good fire going quickly. Oh, I'm getting burnt. Look out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's a plague of grasshoppers, and I'm after a feed. Couldn't miss an opportunity like this. Just walking along and saw all these grasshoppers, locust plague. Now, if you are out in the bush and you're feeling very hungry, don't knock these things back as a feed. These are pure protein. I've got a whole handful of them here, see? All we have to do is just get a few coals, drop them on the coals, and it'll be beautiful. Just like roasted almond. Absolutely delicious. Now, if you don't like your grasshoppers in the coals, just a little bit of olive oil in the frying pan. There we are. And just put the bottle down there and take your grasshoppers into the oil for about 30 seconds until they're crisp. And they will be beautiful. Just have a look at this here. Oh,
Can you try these?
good. How often does this happen in the bush? Driving along, next thing the wheel starts to spin in some loose sand. You jump out and you look at it, and your first reaction is to get back in the vehicle and try and drive out of it. So you spin the wheels, the diff housing goes down into the sand, and you've got a serious bog. So you get your jack out. Now with so many of the modern vehicles, there is nowhere to put a good jack. You can't use your small jack underneath because everything's stuck down in the sand. So what you need is one of these. This is called the jack adapter. You shouldn't go out in the bush without one of these. Wonderful. All it is just a ring, fits on your hub. This little section here fits under the stud there, and pop it on there, and now you've got somewhere to put your jack. Firm base, just jack it up, put your rocks under there, and you're on your way. Okay. G'day, Bun. And this is my best mate. This is Bundy, and she's a terrible show-off as soon as the camera starts rolling. Say hello to everybody. Good dog. Shake on it. Give me a cuddle. Hello, Mallow. This is Bundy's best mate. This is a big red young male And they were brought up together in town when I was bottle feeding this one. Bundy was only a pup. And even though they're about, been apart for nearly 2 years now, whenever I come out here, they love getting together. Look at this. This is quite amazing. Notice neither of them are hurting each other. Bundy's not trying to bite, the Roo's not trying to scratch him. Come on. Bundy, that's probably enough now. See you later, mate. See you later. Bye-bye. I must show you one of my favourite crocs. This is Maniac. I would say that he's the most dangerous crocodile in captivity. Over the other side here, he smashed up double layers of fencing, trying to get at his mate next door. And right here, he'll be watching me now. There's no way that I ever let anyone go into this pen. So I just drop this float in here and I'll show you what he's like. Maniac, come on. Here he comes, here he comes. I'll just give him this float. He's incredibly dangerous. See what I mean? See why we call him Maniac? This is at our new farm out of town. It's not open for tourists yet. Will be in a couple of years. Ah, that's Maniac. Well, I hope you enjoyed the show and I'll see you next time. I'm packing up my Trailcraft boat for another trip up the Kimberley. And 35 years ago, I had an old pearling lugger here, and I sailed up the coast and I went to an amazing place. And I showed that place in my film Follow the Sun, and I called it the Horizontal Waterfall. And I still get phone calls and emails from people all over the world asking me about the Horizontal Waterfall. So this is my latest trip to this very special part of the Kimberley. Just over here, there's some mullet that have just hit the surface feeding. Just see if I can get one. How's that? Very nice mullet. I'll just get my hat. The best way to eat mullet like this is to light a small fire, get them straight onto the coals while they're nice and fresh. There's a few nice oysters here, so I'm going to use an old Aboriginal trick to get myself a feed. I've just collected some spinifex from the rocky country. Now, just light the spinifex in a couple of minutes It'll cook the oysters. And there we have cooked oysters. And aren't they sweet? And this is where BHP made all their money, at the top end of King Sound on Cockatoo and Coolan Island. You can see here this incredibly pure iron ore. If you get 2 pieces of it, they tell me that it's so pure you could just run a weld along here and it will weld together. This is my crocodile alarm dog. See the croc here? Stuck on this high reef waiting for the tide to come in. Just have a quick cup of tea on the old Primus. Once there's enough water across this reef, straight down to the horizontal waterfall. Another hook up. Nice little queenie. Straight back in the water. Oh, look at this. Now you're talking.
Now we're into the
That is one of the nicest eating fish in the north. Now we can have a feast for lunch. This hand line is going off. Oh. Here he is. Oh. Lovely spotted cod. Normally I'd keep him. These are delicious to eat, but I've already got about 3 jack. So pop him back in the water. And here comes the tide. And with the tide come the sharks, and in a few minutes we're off to the horizontal waterfall. I'm just outside the first entrance. You can see it there. This one is quite wide. You've only got about a 1.5 to 2 metre drop here at the moment. The one that we want to see is about another 400 metres through. That's a very narrow one. That's a dangerous one. What I want to do now is kick the motor over, go straight through there, down to the second one. Well, we tried to film coming through there, but the cameras just got smashed up, the boat spun around. This really, to me, is one of the most spectacular places in the whole of Australia. Now we've got to go down to the second one. This is early the next morning, and the tide is now coming out. I have never seen anything like this. It's still shadow in there, but there's about a 12, 14 foot, say about a 4 metre drop. The power in there is unbelievable. It's all quiet now. We're just about to drift through on the change of tide. Just have a look how flat this is. Only 3 hours ago, the 4 metre drop there. We're going inside now to film it from in there. Without doubt, this horizontal waterfall here at Talbot Bay would be one of Australia's greatest natural wonders. We've got 11.5 metre tide coming in here at the moment, and when you take the boat out in that white water, it is the ultimate adrenaline rush. I've got to be a little bit careful here because I've got a back current taking me down there, and it's time for me to get out of here. Heading back to Derby now, but on the way I've got to pick up a couple of road crocodiles. Oh, just have a look at this mackerel. This would be the most remarkable fish that I've ever caught in my 40 years on the Kimberley coast. We're just motoring into the bay here. I saw a huge splash. Some larger fish was chasing this one. This one ended up on the reef. We rushed over. The fish had hit its head. It was stunned on the bommy here. I grabbed a spear and zapped it just before it took off into the water. Quite remarkable. Now, Bund, look, there's our lunch. You've probably noticed in this series that I'm using a very different type of anchor. Well, this is a new design. It's called an anchor right. The best way to demonstrate is just take it out here on the sand and I'll show you how it works. you can see here it's got a semicircular piece of steel here. So when you drop it over the bow, and if it hits the ocean like that, as you pull it, it automatically rights itself. If for any reason your anchor is fouled on the bottom, see how I've got it stuck here on the rock? What you do is you drive back over the anchor. Now watch this shackle, see this D shackle? It slides along here, comes back on the anchor and it pulls out. I have to check the area here for crocodiles before I pull the boat out. Now, to catch these crocs, I've just got a long bamboo pole here and a very small harpoon that just goes in the end of the bamboo there, just like so. With the spotlight, we can pick up the eyes of the croc, and when we get close, straight into the shoulder of the croc. This is the tricky part. We've got the harpoon in, and we've just got to play this croc around. It's taking off again. Pull too hard though. The harpoon may come out. I've just got this rope on the top jaw. Right, pull it tight. Right, now. There. Right. Yeah, the old crocodile alarm went off again. Hey, croc. Yeah. Right. Here. All I have to do is quickly tie these jaws together. See, like this with this tape. And we'll be able to lift her into the boat. Now this is not a big croc, but it's deemed to be a problem animal. And if I don't take it back to the farm, someone's going to shoot it. So poor old crocodile doesn't have much option. It's either a bullet or back to my crocodile park. Next is to make the scones I've been talking about. So it's 2 cups of self-raising flour, and when it's sievered, that aerates the flour, makes the scones a lot lighter. About 1/4 teaspoon of salt. Now out here we don't have a teaspoon, so that's about 1/4 teaspoon. And milk. Righto, now about 1 cup of milk. So I've got powdered milk, so we just drop that in there. That's about 1 cupful. Righto, now we don't always have this luxury out in the bush. The butter. So I've got melted butter. To make really good scones, you do need the butter. Right, we drop that in there. Now, a little bit of a bonus. Put some sultanas in there. There we are. Because it was powdered milk, I have to add some water. Yes, warm water. Mix it up for a minute or 2. Dry flour out on the table. Put the mix in there, in onto that flour. Just knead it up just lightly. Just a little oil in the bottom of the camp oven, and it's best to preheat the camp oven so it's nice and hot. Just put the lid back on and I'll cut up these scones. Into the camp oven, little bush brush, and I'm just going to glaze the top of these scones onto the coals for about 10 to 15 minutes. How's that for a good batch of scones? Cup of tea time. Take it away. When you're out in the bush for weeks at a time, it's often really good to have something different, something a little bit sweeter. So what I'm going to make up here is a nut and raisin cake. And this one's particularly good for the bush because you don't need eggs and you don't need butter. Right, the first thing is flour, 2 cups of flour, a tablespoon of caster sugar, a small quantity of mixed spices, mix it in there. Now I'm going to add the sultanas and the raisins. Just break them up. In they go. Small cup of warm milk, and I'm using powdered milk out in the bush, and around about a tablespoonful of golden syrup. That's only a dessert spoon. Mix it all up and add it into the mixture. There we are. Stir it up. I'll put it on the coals for about 40 minutes. The nut and fruit cake should be ready, so let's have a look. Just take the lid off. Well, that looks pretty good to me. A really good way to knock up a feed in the bush is what I call my version of a Johnny cake. A couple of cups of self-raising flour in a container, bit of salt, some milk, dry milk out in the bush, and a few sultanas if you like. You don't have to put the sultanas in, and make a real sloppy mix. And that's just about ready to pour into the frying pan. Plenty of oil. This is the only disadvantage of cooking like this, is you need a fair bit of oil out in the bush. Get the oil fairly hot, keep it away from the flame, and just pour your mixture in there, right round. When that's cooked underneath, I've got to turn it over. A little bit of golden syrup, and that is a really good snack. Now, if you don't particularly enjoy making your bread in a camp oven on the open fire, this could be the answer. We've got here a bread maker, only a small machine. Now, to drive it, we need an inverter. This is a 600 watt inverter. All I have to do is connect up to the 12 volt onto the positive and the negative. Now, this little box here will convert the 12 volt to 240. Oh, this looks pretty good. Easy baked bread mix, pumpkin and chives. Right, so it's just a cup of water into there. It's about 1 1/4 teaspoons of yeast in there, and 3 cups of flour. One of the great advantages of working out in the bush, of course, if you drop anything on the floor, on the ground, you don't have to worry about sweeping it up. Right, there's our third one. And there, make sure that that's down, close it, switch it on. Selection here, just away we go, and come back in 3 hours, we'll have a perfect loaf of bread. These bread makers do draw quite a bit of power, so you have to be very careful that you don't flatten your battery. So about every half an hour, just start your motor for 4 or 5 minutes, idle it, make sure when you're finished that your battery's not down.
What about that?
I'm heading into the Paynes Fine Gold battery. And the lady friend of mine here, Elaine, she really is an endangered character. In fact, she's the only woman in Australia that works a gold battery. A gold battery is basically where they smash up the rock to get the gold out. Not only is Elaine an endangered character, this is virtually the last of the old gold batteries that's still working in the whole of Australia. How's it going?
Oh, flat
Good
out.
to see you. Hey, flat out?
Yeah.
Yeah, you busy?
Yes,
Yeah?
always busy.
You want a bit of crushing?
Yes, yep,
Hey?
yep.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah,
Now you
but
can
now
hear
I
me.
can hear you.
Now, Elaine, there's not a lot of people running batteries, but you'd be the only woman in Australia running a gold battery, wouldn't you?
Yes, I am. Batteries were always run by the government, and when we bought the battery back in 1987, I had to learn to run it, but I had my father to show me how to run it.
You either crush your own rock from your own mine,
Yes,
or if people come in, they can hire it and you crush the rock for them.
I crush their rock on an hourly basis.
And what do you do first? You tip it into that big bin up the back there.
Yes, they come in, they bring a truckload of ore, they tip it
Yeah.
into the bin, start it up, the rock goes through the crusher, it breaks it up to whatever size you want, and then we send it up the conveyor into a second bin, which is the same size as the top bin. And from the top bin, it feeds self-feeding down to the bottom to where the stamps are. It goes in a little tiny bin down below and crushes, goes into the stamps.
So you've got these great big long arms going up and down, and they're basically smashing up the rock, aren't they, into a
Yes.
powder?
You must watch it the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's very important to watch your feed, watch your water, because if it's not there, you could smash it up.
I mean, it's hard work. I'm a prospector.
Yes.
I come in with, say, 100 tonne of rock. How much gold would I have to get out of 100 tonne of rock to make it worthwhile?
Well, you'd need at least 12 grams to the tonne.
12 grams to the
Yes,
tonne.
at
Yeah.
least.
So if I came in with rock that was sort of, had 2 or 3 ounces in it, I'd be rich, would I? If I had a
You'd
secret.
be rich.
Yeah,
You'd
2 or
definitely
3
be rich.
ounces of gold
Oh,
per tonne of rock.
well, that'd be 200 or 300 ounces, wouldn't it?
That'd be fantastic.
Which is about $150,000.
Wow. So once the rock is a nice fine powder,
Yes,
it goes into the box
yes.
and you squirt water through there, and do you do anything else?
Yes, every hour we put mercury in the box, and while it's churning up and down, the mercury amalgamates the big gold, which stays in the box.
Right.
And then only the very, very fine gold is forced out through that screen with the water. The pressure of the water forces out the very fine gold.
And then it goes out onto that big table.
Yes, and that table is a copper plate which we coat with mercury. The reason we do that is that mercury sticks to copper, gold sticks to mercury.
I learned this at school and I never knew why. Now I know why, if I ever have a gold battery. You get a real rush of adrenaline when you can start to see those little flecks of gold on the
It does,
table.
yes, and you're hoping and hoping there's more to come.
Yeah.
And the big piece of gold, they stay behind that screen
Yeah.
until we finish crushing.
And how do you get the gold off the table?
We scrape it up with rubber scrapers,
Yeah.
and then we put it into a bowl, and then I put a calico cloth, or chamois cloth, which I squeeze out and make into balls of amalgam.
What's
By
amalgam?
squeezing,
What's amalgam?
amalgam is gold and mercury mixed together.
Oh, because the mercury's hanging
to
onto
the
that
gold.
gold.
Now normally, that a ball of amalgam is roughly 50% gold, 50% mercury. And then once we do that, we then put the amalgam balls into a retort pot. You put clay all around the top of it and smear it. Put the little bolts in and tap them on, so make sure it's tight. And then we take it outside, we put it on the fire. There's a little water tube there. Attach a hose to that. The mercury, once it gets hot enough, it vaporizes up through that pipe, and as it comes down, it gets to the water tube area, then it condenses back into liquid form. So once all the mercury comes out, you open up that retort pot, and in there should be your gold cake. Now pour this gold here into this little shovel, and then once you get the gold cake out, you put it into a crucible with a handful of borax. Now the borax is a cleaning agent. You then light your little furnace up, which consists of diesel and electric fan, and you must have 1100 degree heat to melt the gold. And depending on the amount of gold, it'll take roughly 30 to 40 minutes to melt. And then once it's melted, we pour it into a mould and let it cool down, which takes a couple of minutes for the slag to set. Once the slag's set, I tip it out, tap the slag off, and then you tip it in acid and water to clean the gold. Now it's in water, and cool it down.
Geez, that looks pretty good. And there's the end result of a lot of hard work. That's called the primary bar, and that'll go straight down from here to the vault at the Perth Mint.
How much is gold worth these days?
Gold at the moment is around about 560 Australian dollars.
For what?
An ounce.
For an ounce?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
A lot of hard work too.
Yeah, a lot of hard work, that's right.
Yes.
A lot of people go broke, don't they?
They do, because gold is a lot of expense in mining.
Now, you do a little bit of prospecting as well, don't you?
Yes, I go out and metal detect.
Yeah.
And sometimes I find petrol money, sometimes I find a bit better. Something
here?
there, something there.
Coming down here, where?
Yes, something
What,
big.
in about this area here?
Yeah, yeah,
Hey?
yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, round about here.
Yeah. Can I just have a listen?
Yep.
What? Yeah. I can hear that. It's a funny noise.
Fairly big. Oh no, back here further. And I'll go over the dirt.
That's humming?
No,
You,
no.
you just keep detecting for it.
Yeah, yeah. It's big. Oh.
There it is.
Oh.
Is that gold?
Oh, yes.
Hey? Where is it? Give me a look. Are you fatty? You can see it here, there now. Look. Hey, that's all that. That's gold.
All gold.
But it's not a whole lump of gold. It's only, what's that in? A bit of quartz.
Wow, that's made my day.
I've just pulled up on the Arnhem Highway. Have a look at the map. Now, Darwin down there to the west. Up here you've got Jabiru, Kakadu National Park and Arnhem Land further over to the east. Now, way out here on the coast of the place called Alco Island, I lived out there many years ago. So what I'm going to do now is drive out through Kakadu, Central Arnhem Land, meet a barge in a few days, go across, see my old mates at Alco Island. Should be a great trip. I'm just going to turn off the highway down here. A friend of mine has got a most unusual pet, and I want to show him to you. Yeah, mate. Hey, you still got that amazing animal there? Yeah. How you going? This is Pig. How you going, Pig? Hey, mate. How are you? Hey, want something to eat? Come here. Hey. He's the most docile animal that you could ever come across. Come here, Pig, and I'll get you something to eat. How you going, Pig? Hey? Just look at this. I never learned, do I? Went away to have a look around the farm, come back, and Pig has been into my tucker bag. Look at the golden syrup all chewed up. And the Powerade, look what he's done to that, wrecked it. And have a look at my Milo tin. Absolutely no Milo left. See what he's done with his tusks, trying to open it up? And here's Pig. It sounds like he's suffering from severe indigestion after ransacking our camp. I've just come off the Arnhem Highway by about 50 k's. I've come to a place called Shady Camp. On my right here, that's all salt water. They've built a barrage here. So beyond the barrage, it's all fresh water. I've hired a dinghy, and this is one of the best places to see big saltwater crocs. And this is what the big crocodiles are after, these cattle in here. These are all stations, privately owned. There's been 5 head of cattle taken here just in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I've called in at Shady Camp for a couple of reasons. One is to see the really big crocs, of course. And the other reason is I love these gigantic lotus lilies. And just after they're flowered, they seed. And in here, you have the seeds. See them there? See that? That's very sweet, just like a pea. Always good for a lunchtime snack. If you lose your hat and you're in amongst the lotus lilies, there's one there. Isn't that perfect? All these large salties, these large saltwater crocs, like the one behind me, are in fresh water. So just because they're called saltwater crocodiles, don't think you only find them in salt water. In fact, you find the biggest population of big crocs in fresh water because there's more food here. Just on the other side of the billabong, on my left, is a massive croc, at least 16 foot, over 5 metres. See over here? That whopping great big croc there, that's the sort of crocs that take those cattle. Become very overcast. It feels like rain. The mosquitoes are out. I've got the long pants on. So I'm going to go for a walk, see what I can find. For over 100 years, this country east of Darwin was called the Buffalo Plains. It was overrun with the Asian buffalo when they were introduced in the early days of European settlement. They're now shot out because they're an ecological disaster and also a threat to the cattle industry because they carry disease. Every now and then, you can still see small mobs of them just over here. Most of the time they move off, but you've got to be very wary of them because every now and then they will charge. And one of the most common birds around the edge of the billabongs are these whistling ducks. They pack along the edges by the thousands. And the old croc's got plenty of patience. He just waits and waits and waits. And every now and then, bang, he's got one. See? There's one there eating one now. I'm now in the heart of Kakadu, and this is Obiri Rock right here. And the view behind me was made famous by none other than Paul Hogan in the movie Crocodile Dundee. East of here is Arnhem Land, and that's where I'm heading in the morning. As you can see, you don't come into Arnhem Land without a permit. I'm now in central Arnhem Land at a place called Ramingining, and this is the centre of art and culture in Arnhem Land. Just have a look around this building, have a look at all this magnificent art. Normally, these paintings are painted on bark, but it's the wrong time of the year, so now, for convenience, you can get a traditional painting on canvas. See that? So it's a lot easier to transport it. So if anyone is interested in this artwork here, perhaps the easiest way is to contact me on my webpage or just write to me at the Crocodile Park at Broome. And this is what brought me to Arnhem Land over 40 years ago, to work with the Aboriginal people. And they're going to have a cattle station here, so we built these stockyards in the bush. And this is where I shot my first film, started here, across the top. A little bit sad because the cattle station is gone and the stockyards are burnt out. Just memories for me now, but anyway, I'm heading for Elcho Island, so from here I'll drive down to the barge landing. We've all heard that if you break down into the Australian outback, you get plastic bags and you put them over the trees and you get water. Well, that's partly true, but if you have small plastic bags like these ones here, they're absolutely no use whatsoever. What you have to do is prepare yourself for the trip. So before you leave home, you have to pack at least a dozen very large bags. See this one here? Very heavy duty. And this is a secret of survival in the desert. But what I want to do today is to show you how you get water from the trees around. Like, see these branches here? We've got to get the water out of those leaves into this bag. Now, years ago, we used to just hang a plastic bag over a section of the tree. That's not bad, but a mate of mine's come up with an idea, and it works brilliantly, that you put the bag right over the sapling. So what I'm doing is just pulling the sapling together a little bit with some tape, and that'll make it easier for me to put the bag over the top. Now, for those people that are concerned about the tree, this tree will survive after I've finished collecting the water. Once the plastic bag's right over the tree, the next thing is to seal it completely around the trunk here. This is very important. With the plastic bag right over this small sapling, you're going to collect all the water from these leaves, and this tree acts like a pump. It's actually pulling water out of the ground. So this way you're going to collect a lot more water. I'm just going to use this log here to get it nice and low so the water will run down into the bag there. Now, you do this early morning and you leave it all day. Around about sundown, you could have anything from 1 litre to 2 litres of water in the bottom of that plastic bag. Now this plastic bag's only been on here for 3 or 4 minutes. You can already see here the water starting to condense on the inside of the bag. You can see I've got quite a few of these plastic bags from yesterday spread around the bush. You need about 10 or a dozen of these to survive in a hot, arid environment, because you've actually got to collect at least, I'll say, 8 or 10 litres of water. Look at all that water. Now this one hasn't been set up very well. You notice there's a lot of water collecting here. So I'm just going to tip that down there. You're going to be very tempted during the day to get this water out of here. It's best to leave your bag working all day. But if you really want to get that water out, I'll show you how you can do it. I've tied this bag off here so there's no leaves polluting the water. And what I've done is put a long plastic hose down there. And all I have to do now if I want to drink is just suck it up. That's lovely and sweet. You may be concerned about toxins in the water. So what I suggest is you suck a little bit out. Don't swallow it. Just let it go on your tongue here. Wait a few minutes. If there's any stinging sensations, don't use this particular type of tree. If it tastes nice and sweet, like this water does, swallow it down, wait about an hour and a half to make sure you don't have any bad reactions to it. If all sweet after an hour and a half, go for it. There is another way to get water out of the ground and out of plants, and that's to make a solar still. Now, solar still needs a lot more energy, and it's probably not as quite as efficient as the bags over the tree, but it's worth knowing how to do it. So what I need is a hole around about 1 metre in diameter there, and about 1/2 metre deep. The advantage of this still is that you can use salt water, filthy, dirty, fresh water. You can even use urine. So I'll go and put this in the still. Once I've got the hole dug, I've got to get the water in here and all my leaves. Now I've just picked up a couple of pieces of old plastic. I'm going to line the bottom of the hole with this and a bag here to hold the water. And then I'm going to put all the leaves in right round on top of that. Now I'll just put my water in the plastic. The last thing I do before I put the plastic over the top of this is to place some sort of container in the hole to catch all the condensation. The next step is to put the plastic right over the hole and seal it in. This is the vital part, is to put a stone at the lowest point over the container. You don't want too much of an angle on your plastic, and the idea is that as the condensation forms, it'll run down here and drip into the billy can. To make enough water to survive, you'd need quite a few of these, and you certainly don't want to do it in the middle of the day when it's really hot. Do it at night or first light when it's nice and cool, so you're not sweating too much. That's pretty good. There's about 1/2 litre in there. So if you're going to survive out here, as I said earlier, you'd need quite a few of these. Now this is one of the joys of living on a crocodile farm. Baby crocodiles hatching out of the egg. These crocs are incubated at 32 degrees Celsius, so they're all males. Right on the tip of the nose, they have a little egg tooth. So they use that to push through the inner and outer shell, and then they just pop out of the egg. I've seen this thousands of times, and every time I see it, I get just as excited. And now that's a miniature adult crocodile into the water. Many of the hatchlings come straight out of the egg, fighting and biting. This is one of my very special mates. I've got a breeding colony here of northern quolls. These come out of the country just near Kakadu. They're extinct there now. In a matter of months, the cane toad has arrived. These little guys grab the cane toads. They die an agonising death in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes. So, under special licence, a certain number have been trapped, and I'm one of the lucky ones to be able to start a breeding colony of them. Very special animals. See you next week. We're heading for Shark Bay and we hope to take the boat right round Dirk Hardock Island. And I'm a little worried because the weather's closing in and we could be in for an interesting few days. Well, the weather's a lot better this morning, beautiful clear day, so what we're going to do is jump in a small plane and fly over and have a look at Steep Point. Now, Steep Point is the westernmost point on mainland Australia, and off Steep Point is Dirk Hardock Island, and that's where we're going. We want to fly along, have a look at the cliffs, and then we can take our boat right round the island. It's going to be a great trip. This is really a dry part of the world around Shark Bay. You even have to buy your water. $1 gives you 20 litres. There's no fresh water around here, so they use a desalination plant to distill the water, and that's why you have to buy it. This is Steep Point, the westerlymost point on the mainland of Australia. It gets pretty swelly out here because you're in the Indian Ocean, beautiful blue water, and from here north to Dirk Hardock Island, some of the best fishing in Australia. Hook up, cut the motor, please. Cut the motor. These are not exactly the best conditions for fishing. You've got about a 3-metre swell and the wind's picking up to about 15 knots, and we've got the Dirk Hardock cliffs there with the swell breaking, and I've got a big fish on here. There he is. By geez, that's a magnificent fish. Just put a glove on. We're going to get out of here. We're just a little bit too close to the cliffs. And the best part about catching these fish is eating them. Just cut off some nice big steaks and straight into the frying pan. Righto. Once we've got it simmering away there, a few luxuries, because we're not away for too long. Soya, honey and garlic sauce. Put that on there, quite a bit. Now the curry powder on top. Oh, starting to look good. And put some honey all over that. My gum. Righto. Straight back on the fire just for a few minutes. You can see what happens as it cooks. You get the beautiful, delicate golden brown on the fish. That's from the curry and the honey. And inside you've got that pure white flesh. That is going to be delicious. You and your partner are the only 2 permanent residents on this island, is that right?
Spoiled.
And you're now running this ecotourism camp? This is very famous, this particular island, isn't it?
It is. It's the first recorded landing of a European in Australia in 1616.
And that was Dirk Hardock himself.
That was Dirk Hardock.
So we're here at the homestead, and I can run the boat right along the lee side of the island here.
That's right.
Right up to where exactly is Cape Inscription.
Cape Inscription's right up the top here.
And that's where Dirk Hardock came ashore and fixed the famous plate.
Yep, that's right, in 1616.
A replica of that plate here.
Got one exact replica of what he left.
That must be very rare, because the original one's in the Amsterdam Museum.
Yeah, over in Amsterdam.
Well, we're stuck on the bottom end of Dirk Hardock Island. On the radio, they're talking about gale force winds. There's a cold front coming up the coast, and it's already bitterly cold. And there's nothing that we can do but put the boat in one of these shouldered bays and just wait for the winds to drop. We're now at the top of Dirk Hardock Island, and up there near the lighthouse is where the famous navigator and seaman put his plaque. And you really couldn't get a more inhospitable and dangerous place anywhere on the coast of Australia. We came ashore nearly 400 years ago. And it's pretty rough today. It's building up to a 5-metre swell. I don't know how much longer we can stay here, but oh, got a very nice fish here for tea. Like tea. Some really big waves building out here now, and I've just got a lovely pink snapper on the Halco. Look, look at it. Move. Yeah, just hang on. Yep. Get out of here. Right. Hang on, mate. What a beautiful place to camp for the night after all the drama up the top end of the island. Swags on the beach, light a fire, cook the fish. It's going to be a beautiful night. It looks like there's a pot of whale showing up on the sounder. Got one coming up right at the stern of the boat now. This one's definitely having eye-to-eye contact with me. You know, they're so big, they're just a little bit frightening when they come this close to the boat. Just cut the motor, because the pot of whales just starting to come up to the boat now. There they are, look. This one's doing a belly roll right under the boat. Ha ha, look at that, isn't that just amazing? This is unbelievable. Another two coming up to the stern of the boat. Look at that, look out! Oh, isn't that amazing? Don't get any closer. Ah, this is what makes these boating trips all worthwhile. I've never seen anything like that in all my life. When we headed up to the top of the island, Rick, one of our crew, got very seasick, so we had to drop him off on this beach. And now the swells come in and I can't get the boat in close enough to pick him up. So we've got this little inflatable. I'm going to launch it and try and get him into the dinghy. Welcome aboard. When the winds are up and it's freezing cold, always flick a nice fly. And look at that. Lovely snapper. He's off. up. And there we have a very nice coral trout. He's about 48 centimetres, so his size, so I could keep it for tea. Well, it's time for me to pack up and head back to Broome. And after the break, we're going to get stuck into some real good bush cooking. This week we're going to do some desserts because I notice out in the bush people yearn for something sweet. So I'm going to do the old-fashioned boiled pudding in the camp oven. We're going to do golden syrup dumplings, and they're my favourite. And we're going to do a sweet polenta. First thing you do is start with your mixed fruit and you soak it in port or rum. I've soaked this in port. See how it's all swelled up? Leave that overnight. Now I don't drink port, but I usually carry it in the bush for all my old stockman mates. Now you add to that 3 cups of plain flour. Here we are. Now this is a pretty big cup, so we just put 3 cups in there. The next step is some boiling water, and we dissolve into that a teaspoon of bicarb soda. Just drop it in there. That's not there, that's okay. Right, get that all dissolved up. See your baking powder, look at it bubbling up there, and we add that in to the mixture. I'm out in the bush, so I don't normally carry butter. So what I use instead of butter is the oil. Nice olive oil. The next step is a cup of sugar. There we are. And a good handful of the almonds, see that? Oh, look at that, isn't it looking good now? Righto. A couple of teaspoons of the mixed spice. See the mixed spice here? Righto, now we put in a teaspoon of this ground up nutmeg, see it there? Some vanilla essence, and you've got to be careful when you have glass out in the bush, carry it carefully. Righto, just a splash of the vanilla essence in there. There we are, oh that was a nice big splash. And just a touch of rum. Righto, now we're going to stir this all up and get it in the camp oven. Now we all remember the old-fashioned way of making the boiled Christmas pudding. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing here. I've got the calico cloth and I'm soaking it well in boiling water and take it over to the table. Put my mixture carefully in the calico cloth and tie it up and into the camp oven. And leave it for around about 3 hours and don't let it go off the boil. Out in the outback and in the stock camps, golden syrup dumplings are still very popular. So we get 2 cups of self-raising flour this time, and I don't have any butter again, so I'm just going to put in the oil, and I don't have eggs out in the bush, so what I've got is egg-like or egg replacer. So I've just got to mix up a couple of teaspoons of this and about 30 mils of water. This is not an egg powder, this is a substitute for eggs. For people who are actually allergic to eggs, so we just drop that in there, and at this stage I'm going to mix it up. To get it to a nice firm dough, I just keep adding the milk and mixing it up and mixing it, adding the milk, stirring it up. The next step is to make up these small balls of flour. These are the dumplings, about the size of an apricot. I now have to make up the syrup for the dumplings, so it's just a couple of cups of water, 1, 2, into the camp oven, good half a cup of brown sugar, around about 2 tablespoons of golden syrup, 1, 2, and a touch of lemon juice, and straight onto the coals, and I'm just going to stir that until it all just starts to bubble up and all the sugar and golden syrup melts together. Once that comes to the boil, just add the dumplings and let these simmer in here for about 20 minutes. Well, the dumplings are ready and they look really good, but what we have to do is finish it off with some instant custard. See it there? Instant custard powder, which is great to carry in the bush, and around about 1 1/4 cups of boiling water, and I'll just stir that up for a couple of minutes until it's nice and smooth. Just get some of this nice sauce, a little instant custard on top, and as a treat in the bush, tin cream. And here's my pudding 3 hours later. And there it is. Just peel it away carefully because they can fall apart. Now that one looks pretty good. What I'll show you is a slice of boiled fruit pudding. Look at it. Beautiful. And once again, a little treat in the bush, tin cream. How'd you like that if you're hungry in the outback? Another product which is very handy in the bush, and we don't use a lot of it in Australia, is polenta. It's a finely ground corn or maize. See it there? It can be white or it can be yellow. Just put it in a bowl here. Now I'm going to make a sweet polenta, but you can use this with fish, you can use it with a spaghetti sauce, or you can use it with meat. So I'm going to mix it together here with a cup of cold water, then add 1 1/2 cups of boiling water. That's 1 cup, there's 1/2 cup. Mix this together for a few minutes and straight on the fire. The next step is to get the polenta onto a tray, spread it out and leave it for about 15 minutes to set. After 15 minutes, the polenta is set. You just cut it into strips, and there we are. And for a little treat, I've got some nice cherry jam here. Pop that on. And how's that for a little feed in the bush? How you going, Frank?
I'm going well, Malcolm. How you doing,
Hey, I noticed you got another new car there.
Yeah.
Hey, look at it. And a new running board?
Yeah.
Oh,
hey, steady up on it.
Upset a mate of mine already. You might pop that back.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah.
I'm
Might
about
fall through.
halfway between Broome and Port Hedland at Port Smith. Frank Hamlet here is an old mate of mine. He'd be one of the greatest endangered characters I've ever met. What's interesting about Frank is that he's semi-retired here, is that right? Not really.
Yeah, well,
supposed to
I'm
be.
supposed to be.
Supposed to be semi-retired here with his daughter, and he's got one of the best bird parks in Australia. Now tell me, where'd you get this old girl from?
Come from Wyndham, Malcolm.
Right up the top of the Kimberley.
Yeah, that's where she come from. I swapped it like a couple of emus for it.
That's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, it was a
Couple
good
of emus
trade.
for a car.
Yeah.
Now, Frank, this drum here intrigued me. What's this drum here for?
Well, just steady on there. That drum is there to support my seat, or it'll go back.
So if we get rid of the drum, the seat falls back too far.
That's right.
Yeah, well, you should patent that idea.
Yeah.
Now, the upholstery is looking a bit second-hand.
That's not too bad at all, like, you know,
That's
that's so
all right.
as you can get the airflow.
This is something new, eh, Frank? The entrance to the bird park.
Oh, yeah.
Got the turnstile.
Yeah, got a
That's looking pretty
turnstile
good.
there. Kids
Yeah.
can swing on that.
I tell you what, the garden is looking magnificent. You know, down here, halfway between Broome and Port Hedland, it's one of the most arid places in Australia. But about 4 kilometres up the road, Frank years ago found some water,
And look at this Garden of Eden. Got our cup of tea here. When did you first get interested in birds?
Well, I've had birds virtually all my life. We used to show canaries and Guildians when I was a kid with the old man.
Yeah, and how old were you then?
Only about 8.
And where was your first job?
I left school at 14 and went to the South Perth Zoo.
Well, you didn't stay long in Perth, eh? You headed north.
Yeah, I was only at the zoo for 2 or 3 years and then came up north. A couple of mates of mine had one of Bones's old T-model Fords.
Yeah.
And we were heading for the Kimbleys, but we got as far as Mount Magnet and he got tangled up with a Sheila there and ended up selling the vehicle, and I just went out on a station and got a job on a station.
I know what a Sheila is, Frank, but just explain to my city viewers what a Sheila is.
A good-looking girl.
A good-looking girl is a Sheila.
I got into Broome in 1953.
When you first took over Roebuck, they were pretty wild days, weren't they?
Yeah. There was no fences like the cattle could go from Roebuck to South Australia and
really
not touch a fence.
Yeah. And were there many wild cattle on Roebuck Station?
Yeah, there was quite a few piker bullocks still around on Roebuck at the time.
What were piker bullocks?
Piker bullock's an old bullock that's been getting away for years and probably could be up to 18-year-olds, like.
And you'd ride them and muster them?
We used to, some of them we used to have to throw and tie them up at dinner camp because they wouldn't stay in with the coacher mob, and only when we were moving with them.
And you used to tie them up?
Yeah.
And now look, we have here, you brought these out of the house, the horns of an old piker bullock. I have never seen anything like it in my life. Just have a look at those horns. If one of those went for your horse and got you in the,
got
the flank of the horse, so the horse would be killed, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I lost a horse.
Did you lose a horse to one of these?
Yeah, with a bull.
With a bull?
Yeah.
What happened?
I horned the horse.
What, he just come in like this?
Yeah, as we were going in to shoulder him, he swung around and horned the horse.
And after about 30 years on the land, on those big stations, you consolidated down here at Port Smith.
Yeah, we've been down here 21 years now.
And you just raise your birds and sell them all over Australia, and you also have this beautiful park here to show to tourists.
Yeah, we got the bird park, around 450 birds in the aviary.
And that's what takes up all your day now, doesn't it?
Well, with that in the garden, yeah.
And you start early in the morning on the birds, feeding and...
Yeah, we'd be start feeding about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Now, the Gouldian finch, I was down here years ago, and you were very successful to breed the Gouldian, because they're becoming an endangered species, aren't they?
That's right.
In the wild?
In the wild, yeah, definitely. Back in those early days when I first came into the Kimberleys, there was thousands of finches around. It's probably, they really only got into trouble in the late 60s.
Do they know why?
Well, they don't really, but definitely fire is one of the big reasons.
People overburning.
Yeah, overburning, and that's why Gouldians have really got into trouble.
You'll never move from here, Frank?
No, I don't think so, Malcolm. No, I hope I'm still annoying every bugger around the place in 20 years.
Because you're on a most beautiful spot here, aren't you? It's called Port Smith, but you've got a tidal lagoon here.
That's right, yeah.
Teeming with fish.
Yes, it's a pretty good fishing spot.
Yeah, well, we might have a bit of a fish in the morning if we've got a bit of a chance.
Yeah, right.
I'll just clean her up a bit, eh, Frank? Polish it a bit?
Yeah, that's right, mate, but I do it pretty often.
Do you? Yeah. This is one of Frank's more upmarket vehicles on the place. This is the fishing vehicle. She's a pretty good one.
Oh, yeah, she's not too bad. One shot, it'll fire.
How's that? All right, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
Hey?
We'll go and drop a line.
What about the door? Hey, and the safety belt?
Yeah, we'll look after them.
We'll be right. Close the door, safety belt line. Hang on. Oh, look out.
Well, somehow we made it down to the lagoon, and all we have to do now is pick up a bit of bait with a throw net, put the boat in, and we'll be off.
Righto.
Down south, these whiting will be just about big enough to eat.
Well, they're good bait.
Hey, aren't they? Look at that there. That's a beautiful fish. I got him on. Hey, hey. Oh, you won't do better than that, mate.
No, it's a bloody nice
How's that?
jack.
Hey, Frank. Mate, have a look at this. A beautiful blue bone. That's not bad. 5 minutes apart, mangrove jack and a nice blue bone. Now, where'd you get this old girl from?
Oh, we picked her up in Broome. A tree had fallen on her, and about 20 years ago.
And what'd you pay for it?
$200.
$200 20 years ago and it's still going strong.
Still going strong.
Well, here I am in Elcho Island. Haven't been here for near on 40 years. I've come back to see all the old people and hopefully catch up with some of the younger generation, spend a week out in the bush, do a bit of hunting, a bit of food gathering. Really looking forward to it. I knew all the uncles here. You've got to be a little bit careful in the situation here because once people pass away, you can't mention their names. And these are all the next generation from the people that I knew here, all the old people. And then this is the next generation here. What we're going to do is make up some spears. And then we can go hunting. And this is what the Yolngu have been doing in Arnhem Land for thousands of years, cutting spears, and now we go out on the beach and we'll straighten them up. Once these spear shafts have been heated up on the fire and they're still hot, it's just a matter of getting all the bends out of them, using the pressure of the feet or the teeth here, and just work all the way along the shaft until you get it dead straight, and then take the bark off. Modern raw materials have replaced the old ones. This is reinforcing arc mesh, and they use a grinder, sharpen up the arc mesh, but the end result is always the same, a very efficient hunting spear. The next step is to burn the wire spear tips into the end of the shaft here, and then it'll get bound in with copper wire. Put the hand in, hands out. Once the spears are made, the hunt begins. What they use up here in Arnhem Land is a spear thrower, or woomera. So you've got this hook, it goes in the end of the spear there, and it gives the spear a lot more thrust, a lot more power. See when you throw it? Hey! Oh, kill him. Oh. Oh! These guys never cease to amaze me. Just have a look at that for a headshot. Look! Isn't that a magnificent fish? Mirteri. Yo. Yo. Have a look at the size of that fish. Oh, taking home for dinner, eh? It may seem a little bit cruel hitting these blokes on the head, but you've got to kill them very quickly, otherwise they'll turn round and bite you. They've got these very, very vicious teeth here. So we're going to have a late lunch. we're going to have crabs, half a gigantic fish here, and on the coals is a liver that's taken out of the sharks. It's going to be a great meal.
There you go.
Anyway, today it's a different sort of hunting trip. We're going out in the dinghy. We're going after turtle, eh? Stingray, trevally, whatever we can get. Hey.
Yeah, number one.
That's him. Can I have that one? Oh. That's the stingray barb that you got to be very careful of. Oh, hey, Rachel. Giant trevally. Oh, ha, ha. We're having a great morning. Eh, Rachel? Garabooga's changed over to a larger harpoon. He's now after turtles. Garabooga's just speared a turtle. Personally, I don't like people killing turtles, but it's important that I don't force my values on these people. It's their traditional food, so that's the way it goes. The men have decided to come ashore and cook the turtle, which is really good. Rather than keeping it alive in the boat, they'll take all the meat back to the community already cooked up. So what they're going to use is hot stones to cook it. This is a very traditional way of cooking turtles. Once all the hot stones go inside the turtle, now jam all those mangrove leaves in there and just leave it to cook. There's a lot of meat on this turtle and it'll feed about 5 families tonight, around about 30 people. And this to the Yolngu of Arnhem Land is a gourmet meal. Turtle soup. Very sweet. And after a great couple of weeks, it's goodbye to my Yolngu family and it's back to the barge landing for the return trip to Broome. Witchetty grubs. I guess we've all heard about witchetty grubs in the Australian bush, and we all know that you can eat them, but how do you find them? Well, there's many species of trees that harbour witchetty grubs. The first thing you notice is the tree looks a little bit diseased, and if you go down to the bottom of the tree, down where the trunk enters the ground, you usually find what I would call grub dust or sawdust. See it there? And that's a very good indication that around the base of this tree we'll get some witchetty grubs. Now sadly this tree here is doomed to die because it's just been riddled with grubs. So what I'm going to do is get right down into the base of it and see what I can find. You can see here how the grubs had been boring into the tree here. See that? Here's a very small one here. See it? Doesn't look very appetising, but in a survival situation, that's good tucker. You can eat them raw. Very sweet.
See the grub here in the root? There's that grub dust, or what we would call sawdust. And here we have a nice, fat witchetty grub. Just get him out. There he is. Now here's a really big grub. Now how do you know that this is a witchetty grub? Well, if you have a careful look at it, it's virtually got no legs. Right up near this very small head, there are just 6 little tiny immature legs and no other legs. Here's a bonus. See this? This is a witchetty grub that's almost changed to the moth, but you can still eat that. The best way to cook your witchetty grubs is small fire, bit of ash, drop them on there, and just roll them around for a few seconds in the hot ash, and they're ready to eat. You can see the oil coming out of the cooked witchetty grub here now, and that is one of the best bush tuckers you can ever find. Whenever you're near water, it's hard to survive without a good spear. Now I've got a very old piece of Rangoon cane here that I'm just straightening up. Then I'm going to show you how I make a spear. And we're going to go out in a boat at night, spotlighting, get some fish. I'm going to grind this down, drill a hole in it. I've got these 4 steel rods that we're going to stick in here and bind them in with wire and stick them in with araldite. Need a very sharp point on each of these prongs. I'm now mixing up the araldite that'll hold the prongs in place, and I'll jam it right down into this bamboo. It's a rising tide now. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning, nice and still here, and these long toms moving around the mangroves, and that's what I'm after with the spear. Nice one. Very nice. All long toms tonight. Oh, he's off. He's off. Down here, Will, somewhere. Down here, mate. Got him. Got him the second time. You can go fishing all day and catch big fish on a line, but this is probably greater fun. This is jabber, a jabberoo. Now it's the only stork we have in Australia. He got hit by a car on the northern road to Darwin about 18 months ago, and it's taken a long time for him to recover, and he's ready to go out to my arid zone billabong out at my wildlife park. Magnificent bird. He's pretty quiet. This is actually a male. The females have got yellow eyes and the males have got the black eye. Strange looking bird, aren't they? Well, going out to the billabong, out of town. This is his new home. This is our arid zone billabong, 20 kilometres out from Broome. You can see the huge numbers of birds that are here now. It's been in for about 4 years. And you can see Jabber's about 18 months old. He's just maturing now, getting this beautiful opal blue turquoisey colour here. And another 6 months he's going to be quite magnificent. Now,
what I'm going to do is put him in this area here for about 3 or 4 weeks, and then we'll take the fence away, and if he wants to he can stay around here, but if he wants to fly away he's free to do that. Come on Jabba, here you are mate, where you go. Here we are. And here's 2 of my best mates. 2 dingoes. Now these are purebred dingoes, DNA tested, and we just built a new pen out at the wildlife park out of town. So I've got to get these dingoes out of here into the car and out of the new farm. You ready, Bun? Come on, you can come out here, you come out. That's the boy. Come on. Oh, yes. Yes, come on. That's the boy. In the car. Bundy, here, get up. In you go. Where's that other little bloke? One missing. Here. Come on. Here. Here. Come on. One thing about dingoes, they do exactly what dingoes want to do. Just run around. They're a wild animal and you can't train them. Just see if I can catch him down here. Here we are. Righto, let's go. Come on, get off the steering wheel. Hey. Now I've just got to get them from here into their new run. I'm now out at our wildlife park, about 20 kilometres out from Broome. One, come on, hey, come on, hey, come on. Come on, Bun. I just get them into this gate here. Double gate. There we are. This is my favourite. This is the male. It's a very large dingo. He's from the mountain snow country from the back of Kosciuszko, way down on the Victoria-New South Wales border. Hello, this is a little desert dog from the Great Sandy Desert of Western Australia. She's a real little scoundrel, this one. She's a runt of the litter and sticks up for herself. And there's 3 or 4 different types of dingoes in Australia. You see, this one's a lot smaller than the dog here. It's got a thicker coat from the snow country, as long as they're handled from the day they're born. They're beautiful. We call them dogs, but they're not really a dog. They're actually related to the Asian wolf. They're descended from the Asian wolf. So they're actually a wolf, aren't you? Oh, and these are 2 very special dingoes. They're white ones, they're quite rare. The one that just took off then is virtually an albino, but they don't look pure white up here on the red soil, but oh, they're just magic animals. Hello, oh yes, there goes my hat. Well, hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll do it all again next week. Hey. Hello. Hello. just about to begin another Kimberley boating trip. But this is a very different trip for me, a very special trip. Because my old mate Don Burrows is going to join me. Now Don is one of Australia's most prominent jazz musicians, and you've been playing the music on my film for what?
Oh, decades.
Decades?
Yes.
Probably about 30 years.
Well, I'm nearly in the mid-70s,
Yeah.
so it must
And you're
be
not
that
as
long.
young as you used to be.
No.
And we've always talked about bringing you up into this country.
It's now or never.
Now or never, Don, that's right. We're just about to leave, and the first day we're going to run for 200 nautical miles up the coast. I'm going to take you in a gorge country that, no, I can guarantee no one else in the world goes into this country.
Dangerous?
Too dangerous, mate, too wild. But I've been coming up here for over 40 years, so I know it reasonably well. It's going to be a great trip, plenty of fishing, plenty of photography. It's going to be a trip of a lifetime.
I'm looking forward to it.
You ready to go, Bun? We might kick the motor over and do some miles.
Okay.
Let's go. We've come down into Secure Bay, and this is the most dangerous and most isolated part on the Kimberley coast. Don. The reason I brought you down here is because I want to take you around this bend here, and this is the most unforgettable experience of your life. I'll tell you why it's so dangerous down here. No one comes down here. So you got this bay that we've been travelling on, Collier Bay. It's a great big bay, and it comes down and it narrows down. This is the Indian Ocean, so we've got about a 10-metre tide pushing through there. There's a bend here, and we're just about here, and then you go through a little narrow entrance here, and there's a rock right there.
We're going through that?
Yeah, we're going through that, mate. Now, I've only been down here twice in 30 years. The reason no one comes down here is just too dangerous. But
who called it Secure Bay?
I've no idea. I've no idea.
Jeez,
but look, just hang on. Now, when we go through, it goes out here again, right? And you've got these whirlpools all around here. The boat's going to spin around a bit. Just hang on. Just keep hold of your camera. It'll be right.
Okay, mate.
Want to give it a shot? It's just fantastic to see it, isn't it?
That's wonderful.
See what'll happen?
That's incredible.
Look, just under the boat now. See that? There's a whirlpool starting to fill. Now we're going to get out of here.
Right. Yeah, I just hit the back of it. Whoa, boy, that's wild. That is wild. That threw me off the back. I hit the back on that.
You all right,
Yeah,
mate?
yeah.
All right, let's get out of here. Well, I think we might have saved the boat, Don.
I hope so, Malcolm. I hope so.
I've been in worse situations than this, but this is a pretty hairy one. We came right up to the top of this river, and I've been here years ago, and I don't know what's happened, but I put the boat down here years ago, and it went down on the silt. I think there was a big flood last year, took all the silt away, and they've exposed these rocks. The tide went down with 400 litres of fuel on, the boat stuck on the rocks. The next thing, the boat was going to tip over. Now, if it tips right over sideways and jams, we've lost the boat. We're in big trouble. So very quickly, we had to run all these ropes out. And there's only 4 of us. There's Will on sound and Abraham on the camera and my old mate Donnie Burrows and myself. He can't talk. He's speechless. He's never seen anything like this in his life. But
Never.
I think we're right. But all I got to do now is wait till about 1 a.m. in the morning when the tide comes in, and hopefully not too much water will go into the stern and the boat will float up. But we're going to have a very sleepless night. I'm just going to check all these ropes again.
Okay.
Well, I tell you what, you need a good feed after last night, Don. You know, tired. I didn't get any sleep.
Me either.
Waiting for that tide to come in. About 3 o'clock this morning, the tide rushed up the gorge here, and the boat just popped up off the rocks and settled down there at the tide change, and just sitting down there nice and level. We're going to have a feed, and we're going to have another fish.
Okay, mate.
Oh, what a night. I don't want to go through that again.
Could have been a disaster.
It could have been
That's
a
what
terrible
worried me.
disaster, yeah. Hey? Oh, yeah. Up in the fresh water. Hey? Yeah. Now, Don, I've been telling you about this part of the Kimberley for over 30 years.
You have, you have.
And we've finally made it. What do you think of it?
I'm amazed. It's more than you told me. I don't think it's possible to describe it.
The other thing is that it's incredibly difficult to capture it on film or get it with your still camera, isn't
I
it?
can't. I'm trying and it doesn't tell it.
No, it's just too big. But I know in your bag,
What?
you've got your clarinet, haven't you?
I just happen to have one with me.
Well, what do you think about a little bit of a tune up this gorge here?
It'll be my musical response to the grandeur and amazement of all this.
I've been waiting to get you up here on your clarinet for over 30 years.
I know you have. It's rough.
I'm going to boil up the billy right here. Here, Bun. Here. We've come out of the gorge country early this morning and the tide's gone out. This is what I call wait a while country, Don.
It gives nothing.
I know. Always waiting for the tide to go out or the tide to come in. So we picked this wood up last night. We're going to try and cook up a feed of noodles, bit of fish on the rising tide. Late this afternoon, when the wind drops, we're going to run about 50 nautical miles down the inlet, out the sea, to a little tiny island. It's got a beautiful reef around it, mate. You're going to have the best saltwater fly fishing you have ever experienced in your life. Mate, I've got fish fillets here, onions, plenty of 2-minute noodles, and I've already put in my old favourite, my coconut cream, mango slices, and just a touch of all the way from Broome soya, honey and garlic sauce. There we are, just drop that in there, and that's just about ready. Don, there's a barra just taking that line now. Right, he's on. There you are, Don. A nice saltwater barra. Hey, look at that. Hey, he's a good fish, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Hey, look at that.
Good.
He's a nice young saltwater barra.
Yeah.
We've got a double hook up on fly gear on big trevally. How you going there, Don?
Okay, but
I'm right down to the backing. Can you get that one over? Oh, you wouldn't know how to lift him, can you?
barely.
Put him, look at that one. Now that is a fish. That's Kimberley fishing, fly fishing.
He's bigger than I am.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? What I'm going to do, quickly get this fly out and let him go.
Yep.
Over the years, people are always asking me how I cook fish out in the bush. Well, there are quite a few ways, and what I'm going to do today is show you about 6 different ways that I cook fish out in the bush. The first way is to get your fish and put it straight on the coals. Now, I'm sure you've seen me do this many times over the years in my early films. Just get down to the nice hot sand there, put a few coals back in, drop your fish straight on there, and you don't gut your fish. And the skin acts like a foil, and just drop all your coals straight on the top there and the hot sand. And make sure you don't have any flame, otherwise the flame will burn the fish. Right, leave that for about 15 minutes. If you don't like your fish straight on the coals, what you can do here is gut your fish. I've got a nice little barramundi here. Put him on the foil, wrap him up straight into the coals. Here's another version of the aluminium foil. These have come on the market in the last few years. The oven liners. So I've got a nice salmon here. I've taken the head off so it'll fit. Pop the head and the wings in there. And I'm going to add an onion here. And the oil, of course. There's the onion in there. Put the oil all over that. Popped in my hand. That's the beauty, of course, of being out in the bush. If you spill something, it doesn't matter. Put some coconut cream on here, and I just found these in the tucker box, some sultanas. So I'm going to put some sultanas in there, make it nice and sweet. Oh, and a sweet potato. Cut that up, just 2 or 3 pieces. Put the lid on, and straight on the coals. I put some extra foil around the tray, so that'll seal in all the steam and all the juices, and it'll cook a lot better. I've got a few of my mates here have come in to help me have a feed. So we just take the hot coals and sand off there, and I'm going to lift it very carefully up onto the rock. See that? Oh, perfect, hey? That's going to be good. Right, I'm just going to lift it up there onto that rock. Over there. Surprisingly, all the sand and hot ash falls off, and the skin acts like an aluminium foil. So all you do now is just peel this back and look at that beautiful, beautiful flesh there. By leaving the guts in and the skin on as you're cooking, it makes it nice and juicy. Just see here, this is just beautiful. We're now just going to get the one out of the coals that's been wrapped in the foil. The shovel's always the best thing. Straight under there and over onto the rocks. There we are, look at that. And that is cooked to perfection. Oh, this is a barramundi. What do you reckon? Yeah. Good, eh? Yum, 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 yeah. This is the most traditional way of cooking fish in the bush. This is the Aboriginal way. Prepare a fire, put hot stones on the fire till they're really, really hot. Put the stones in the bottom of a hole, put some coals in there, then put your paper bark on top there. Make a nice bed of paper bark, and then put your fish on the paper bark and cover it over. Sometimes when you're out in the bush and you get a fish like a golden trevally, and they're not the world's greatest fish to eat, you go to your tucker bag and you see what you've got. Well, I've laid the trevally on the foil. We usually carry onions, so we put the onions in there, and then I've always got my diced mangoes, so we put the diced mangoes on next. Now here, I've got some dried mushrooms, see them? We jam the mushrooms inside there, a couple underneath, put all the olive oil on, and coconut cream, my favourite, put that in there. And here, I've got a tin of diced tomatoes, put that on, and I've even got some stir-fry wok sauce. So I put just a bit of that on there. Now you've got to admit that's looking pretty good. And last of all, a little garlic salt. Garlic salt there, and get to the black pepper in a minute. We've got some basil, dried basil, of course. We can't carry fresh basil out in the bush. And the last one is some ground black pepper. On there. Get all those juices and tomato and everything underneath. Roll it up. And once again, straight into the coals. I've got a hillbilly lid underneath it. It takes a lot of heat. And just a few coals on the top there. Using that lid underneath will make it a lot easier to get it off the fire. Now we can't have fish out in the bush without our traditional fish and chips. So I'm just going to take a nice fillet off here, off this Bengal Emperor. Once the chips have been cooking for a few minutes, got my fish fillets here. Just a little bit of plain flour. And you want to have the fish nice and dry, of course, otherwise it's going to spit. And I always use a very heavy duty frying pan in the bush, otherwise everything will burn too easily. Fish and chips in olive oil, I bet that makes you feel hungry. And here's our fish 30 minutes later. Put some dried parsley on, and I tell you what, fish doesn't come much better than that. I've just arrived at Meter Station and I'm heading out into one of the stock camps to catch up with a couple of young ladies who are working here for a couple of years on this cattle station. And I reckon they're a couple of endangered characters because, just got to watch this barbed wire here, because they're competing with the men, doing 14, 15-hour days here, 7 days a week for 2 or 3 months at a time. And I'm really looking forward to catching up with them. G'day, Sam.
G'day, Malcolm. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Yeah, really good. Going along smoothly.
That's the way. Big day.
Yeah, should have a few in front of us.
And where's your mate, Bo?
She's back there.
Oh, yeah, I'll go and see her.
Oh, no worries. G'day, Malcolm. How you going?
How's it going, Bo?
Fantastic.
Big day?
Always a big day.
We'll hold up.
No worries.
Plenty of work to do.
Plenty of work.
Whenever I go into a stock camp, I find the women are always very competitive. Is that because you have to compete against the men, or the men put you down, or what?
Well, no, they don't generally put you down. I suppose you just want to be, you always want to be doing your best, don't you?
Yeah.
And proving yourself.
That's
right. What about proving yourself?
I mean, you get up, what, about 4:30 in the morning?
Yeah, 4:30, 5.
And in the middle of the dry season at the moment here, so you're mustering. So yesterday, what were you doing yesterday? You were putting up temporary yards, weren't you?
Yeah, we put up an overnight panel yard.
That's hard work, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Lugging those panels around on your back.
Yeah, huh? they can get heavy.
Yeah.
But you get used to it. We cart them around a lot.
Yeah. It's a long day in the heat.
We get half an hour or 20 minutes for lunch.
Yeah, 20 minutes for lunch. I've got some crocodile on today, did you know that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
In the camp oven over there. It's a long, dusty afternoon, with the helicopters and the ringers moving the cattle to the yards, ready for drafting in the morning. What's your definition of drafting? I know what it is, but for all these city people watching this show...
Oh, well, you got to get all your breeders out and you got to get the calves and the weaners off them.
Yeah, weaners, yeah.
Yeah.
And all the ones old enough to go overseas.
Yeah. Get all the weaners, all the heifers and the mickeys off them.
And the Mickey?
Yeah.
What's a Mickey? Come on.
Just a young bull.
A young bull, yeah. But you don't put the young bulls out, do you?
No.
They've got to be castrated.
Yeah, we cut them.
Dehorn them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And brand them.
And brand them up, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Can get extremely warm next to that brander.
Yeah. You do the castrating too?
Yeah.
Doesn't worry you?
No, not one bit.
Yeah, that's good. There's not many young girls that have come out of the city and come up here and handle it, but you love it, eh?
Yeah, it's great.
You work every day,
Yep.
what, for about 8 weeks straight sometimes?
Yeah, the last stint was, yeah.
Yeah. And this time you're out, what, for about 5 weeks?
Yep. Yeah.
7 days a week?
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning to sundown?
Yep.
You've got a pretty classy shower, about 500 metres from the camp.
Yeah, we have. It's a just an overflow coming from the tank.
Yeah, and a rock, and you balance on the rock, and there's a little drop of water that comes out,
Yeah.
and that's where you wash every day.
Yeah, we have our showers there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you swag out, you roll your swag out most
Yep.
nights.
Yep.
Although I notice you now got these mozzie domes.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, very modern.
Yeah, we are.
And how do you cope with Bo and Sam?
Oh, Sam's all right. Bo's all right, I guess.
No, come on.
Yeah.
Be honest, she gives you
Honest.
a hard time?
Hard time, just don't really like the way she works, but it's all right.
A bit bossy.
Oh, yeah, a bit like that.
I reckon they work harder than the bloke.
You reckon?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah.
What do the blokes do that the women can't do?
Oh, they just get in. Well, some of the women do all right, but most of them just hang back a bit.
Hang back?
Yeah.
Bo and Sam don't hang back.
Yeah, sometimes.
How many points out of 10 would you give them?
About 7.
What about a 9.5?
9.5.
How do you cope with the ladies in the camp?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, it's hey, no, it's better than just having all blokes. Like
They pull their weight?
Yeah.
I reckon they're better than the bloke.
I don't know about that.
You women work harder than the men, I reckon. Is that because you've got to compete with them? Do the men give you a hard time?
Yeah, they do actually, quite
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah, like
Yeah.
with panels and stuff, when we first got out here, I wasn't really allowed to do them that much, I think, because they were probably worried because I was a lot thinner than what I am now, that I wouldn't be able to lift them and I'd hurt myself. But
You put on a bit of beef, have you? out
yeah, I've
here?
put on 5 kilos since I've
5
been here.
kilos out
Yeah.
here working and riding, and
Yeah, which I was
Yeah.
really happy about. Hey, I didn't think that I'd be able to put
you
on
look
any
pretty
weight.
fit now. Pretty.
Yeah, I'm not
pretty
too
good.
bad. I've got some muscles. I'll be winning
Ah.
arm wrestles soon.
Are you? How do you cope with Bo and Sam in the camp?
Oh, all right, put up with her.
I put up with her.
Put up with her,
You
yeah.
can't do anything else, mate. You're standing right here with a big stick. eh? These are commonly called Kimberley oysters. And they're a very nice entree on the coals for lunch. And there's our Kimberley oysters. Got the head stockman here. He's been brought up on these. And we've got a visiting vet here. Want to try one?
I'll give it a go.
Give it a go.
Don't know about it.
Delicious. Talk about a quality out in the stock camp. The ladies have got to go and get the wood for the campfire, but it's just a trick to starting the old truck. Use the Mordine. Show us how you do it.
We need to put the. Oh, no, we don't. Right, are you ready?
Well, it's time for me to move on, but don't go away, because after the break, we'll be right back. Come on, dog. Bun, here. Up. Good dog. Ready to go? This week, we're going to go bush a little bit closer to home. We're going to have a look at the Dampier Peninsula just north of Broome. Now, we've got this big mud map here on the side of the road. Here's Broome down here. We're going to take this dirt road right up here. We're going to go into Beagle Bay. We're going to go into Lombardina. We're going to have a look at the best beach in Australia up here at Cape Leveque. Pop over to One Arm Point. We're going to cut across to Ludgata Bay here, get some really great mud crabs, and we're going to spend a fair bit of time chasing the odd crocodile down on the Fitzroy River. And that's a really great place for barramundi. So let's go. I must show you the inside of this church. During the 1914 World War, the German missionaries here were forbidden to leave Beagle Bay. So with the help of the local Aborigines, and to pass away the time, they built this extraordinary church and altar. And it's tucked away in the far northwest of Western Australia. And it really is a special place on the Dampier Peninsula. And when school's out, this is the place to be, down in the local spring at Beagle Bay. And this is the end of the road at Cape Leveque. And now I want to take you up there and show you one of the best beaches in Australia. Just have a look at this. A pristine wilderness beach right up the top end of northwest Australia. It doesn't come any better than this. Around 200 kilometres north from Broome is the Aboriginal community of One Arm Point. Now, if you drive through the community, come out here and stop, you can see the islands of the Buccaneer Archipelago. If you wait here a few hours, you'll see one of the greatest rises and falls of tide that you'll see anywhere in the world. This is another icon on the Dampier Peninsula. This is the old Catholic church at Lombardina, built by the local people in the 1930s, using local materials. The roof is lined with paper bark, and it's really worth a look. Just have a look at this. And there are beaches like this all the way along the Dampier Peninsula. Time for a swim. Beautiful. Spin it around. There's nothing more enjoyable than coming up a remote tidal creek and getting a feed of mud crabs. And one of my preferred baits is Snappy Tom, or one of these cat foods. This one is actually Fancy Feast, tuna and mackerel. What do you reckon, Bund? Hey, we can't miss, so it's just a matter of pulling up the little tab on the top putting it in the net there, a couple of holes in it, drop it over the side. While you're waiting for a few crabs to go into the pots, a little bit of fishing. Got a bite now. He's on. Oh, that's a very nice finger mark. Beautiful eating. When they get bigger, they're called golden snapper. Called finger mark here because they've got this finger mark right there, see? Have a look at these. Oh. And look how he's mangled that tin there. The great thing about the tins of cat food is that the oil drifts around in the water and stays in the net a lot longer than an ordinary piece of fish. Now, these are not the big green crab. These are called brown crabs. They're smaller in the shell, but very sweet. And the legal size for these is only 120 millimetre. Now, the easiest way to hold a crab is just to pick it up by these rear swimmers there, see? And you can hold it, tie it up, do what you like with it, and it can't bite you. If you're a little bit nervous about picking up a crab, how about a set of these? Crab pliers. You can turn your crab around and you can pick him up with complete safety. Mangroves are never great places to be with the mosquitoes and the sandflies, and it's always hot. But in a survival situation, you've got to know how to find something to eat. Now, there are mangrove snails, and at times you can find the evidence on the ground. See here? We've got a large pippy or a cockle or a bivalve. Righto, now that's a dead one. Now we've got to be able to work out where they are. And you can see the top of the pippy here, see that? Sometimes they're just under the ground, you've got to see a crack. Here, this one's just out of the ground. There it is. Get a feed of those very quickly around here. The pippies just need 2 or 3 minutes on the hot coals until they open. And I'm just giving them a little bit of a wash here. There we are, just like a big oyster or a scallop. One of the more disgusting foods that you can get in the mangroves are these mangrove worms. See them here? Slimy things, you get really long ones sometimes. Hey. Yeah. Have you ever seen anything quite as disgusting as that? I can eat most bush tuckers, but this one here. Maragunga nutta. That means that it's pretty average, pretty so-so. Very salty, pretty bland, but underneath quite an unpleasant taste. But Yolngu people, Miritiri Manimak means they're really good food. As I said earlier, the mangroves is one of the worst places to get stuck. If you've got an axe and you're feeling very, very hungry, you can get these mangrove worms out of the rotten wood, not the green wood. Now I know why you slurp it in, because as you take it in, you squeeze all the innards, all the mud and decomposing dirt out of the worm. And then you end up with just with this part here, and that's not too bad. It's always interesting to come ashore in a remote place and see where the Aboriginal people have been camping previously, and you can have a look around and find out what they've been eating. Like we've got here, mangrove snails, bivalves, or we call them pippies, and two sorts of oysters here. Now, oh wait a minute, there's another one here too. See this? It's quite a large snail you get in the mud around the mangroves. So if you see these and you know the Aboriginal people have eaten them, that means they're not poisonous and you can eat them too. On just about any sandy beach in North Australia, you see these tracks. And people's first reaction is, it's a crocodile track. Well, this is not a crocodile track, this is a turtle track. And if you follow this track up, in a survival situation, you can find food. Just before I go up and show you where these eggs are, I'll show you more or less what a crocodile track looks like. So just pop over here. Now, when a crocodile slides up, you've got to sort of has a big belly drag. There you get a mark like that. And each side, you get these big claw marks like this. It's quite different. And up the middle of it, you get this drag like this, where his big tail is dragging. So that very much looks like a crocodile track. And this one is quite different because you've got this really wide track where you've got this big shell of the turtle and the big flippers where he's pulling himself up. Righto, let's go and have a look at this nest up here. I must stress that turtles are protected, and you're not to take turtle eggs unless in an emergency, matter of life and death in a survival situation. But it's still interesting to have this knowledge. Now, the turtles come up the beach and she's laid somewhere in this area here. Your first reaction is to look at this depression here and think, ah, that's where the eggs are. Well, the eggs aren't here. The eggs are right over in this area here somewhere. She's dug a hole there, she's deposited the eggs, and then she's covered the eggs over, and this is the last area where she's flicked all the dirt and sand back over the eggs. So this is the tricky part. How do you locate those eggs? The only way to find the egg is to have a long, smooth stick, or in this case I've picked up a bit of wire here, and you go across the whole area where the turtle's covered the nest until you find where the sand drops down, because it's always a lot looser underneath. And you just keep doing this until you finally locate where the eggs are. There we are, right here. Now you can eat these eggs raw, or you can boil them in salt water. So there's usually 60 or 80 eggs down here. So you would have food here for days if you're stuck on a beach like this. Just show you these eggs, and I'll put them back. Over. Leave him there. There we are. Just been to the airport, picked up this box. In here are 50 baby alligators from the Australian Reptile Park. So excited. Waited a couple of years for these. All in the bags here. They're very docile compared to the saltwater crocs. They don't attempt to bite. They've got this beautiful flat head, see? Happy smiley face there. And these strong golden stripes. Excellent camouflage when they're young, when they're out in the wild. Alligators are very different to crocodiles. You've got to feed them in the water. They'll come and take the food as soon as you bring it out here. And you can just see how much they've grown just in 8 weeks. These are American alligators from Louisiana and Florida, the bottom end of the United States. Now, basically they're a very quiet animal. There's been about 14 deaths in the United States in the last 20 years from these, but if you don't aggravate the animal, you treat it right, it's basically one of the quieter of all the crocodilians. Now, They will bite you, they will grab you if you aggravate them. But if you just treat them nicely, and we've raised these for the last 10 years, you can handle them with a fair bit of security and ease. He's not going to lash around it, you notice that? Look, see? Absolutely no problem because we treat our animals with respect. What I have to do now is just grab him gently by the tail, slide him along on the wet concrete, and we'll pick him up and move him to another pond. Come on, mate. There's no attempt to bite me or fight me. Come on. That's right. You move out of the way. Right, he's pretty heavy. And we're going to just tape up those jaws because they still have very powerful teeth and very powerful jaws. Righto. What is it, male or female? Female? Righto, I'm just going to take this tape off here and everyone out of the way. Nice and steady, pressure on the jaw, and just back off. Righto, mate. Come on, in the water. There we are, in the water. In the water, come on. Come on, that's the girl, there you are. Perfect. This is one of my new lakes that I've constructed out in the bush from Broome, out of my new wilderness park. I've got about 100 3 to 4 metre crocs in this lake, and it's feeding time for them. And I just love this spot. Well, I hope you enjoyed the show, and I'll do it all again next week. Come on! Well, here we are again, stuck up the end of a river system in the Kimberleys, and we're out of water. This water down here, this dirty water is actually fresh. I need a drink, so what I have to do is get out through this mud, get up there and get myself a drink of fresh water, because this boat's going to be here for about 6 hours. So here we go. Oh! Come on, Bun. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh, you're going to come too. Ah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, there. You're right. You're all right. Quick, no, go back that way. Go up there. You'll be right. Good dog. Come on. Ah. 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 Hey, good dog. Hey, is that better? Another tide in the Kimberleys, another river system. More rocks, more mud. I call this wait a while country. We're always waiting for the tide to come in. We're always waiting for the tide to go out. These are black bream, or correct name is sooty grunter, and got a lot of flesh on them. Very nice on the coals for lunch. Bundy and I have just spotted something among the rocks, and I think it's a dingo. I just caught a glimpse of it. It's a very, very rare black one. You only get about 4% black in dingoes. And up in this remote country, it's probably a purebred. One of the joys of the wild Kimberley coastline are these giant oysters. But the only disadvantage is they're just a little bit strong, a little bit bitter in a natural state like this. So, that's not too bad. So what I'm going to do is make an oyster soup. A little bit of preparation. You've got to open up your shell and get the meat out and wash it. Once all the oysters are nice and clean, in fresh water, add some full cream powdered milk, put it on the fire and simmer it for about 30 minutes. Bush oyster soup, beautiful. This is the remains of a large queenfisher we caught last night. And the tides carried the carcass around here. And just have a look at all these hermit crabs that have come up, having a feed on it. Just hundreds and hundreds of them. I was just getting a trevally for lunch, and all these whalers and black-tipped sharks came in. Well, something that I have never seen in all my life, just out the back here, coming through the pack of sharks, is about 11-foot crocodile. See, he's just hanging out the back there now. And just down here, I've just got to be a little bit careful here. I've got a fish on, and I've got Bundy here getting a little bit excited. Just out the back, about 5 metres, that croc's coming in again. Damn shark! Oh. Don't you bite me. Just be good, I'll get you back in the water. Right. I'll just get him back in the water, but there we are. When you get these ocean-going crocs with their eyes bulging right out of their head, that's when they're in attack mode. So you've got to be very careful. Pull him up. Pull it up. Pull it in, Bun. Pull it in. That's the girl. That's the girl. Biggest. Get up. Come on. Up. Good girl. Good girl. Sit there. Big shake. Shake. Have a look at all the fish here. I've got a hook up here. Yep. He's off. Never seen anything like this in all my life. These are bludgers by the thousands. Oh. Oh. There's that many fish down under the boat following the one that I've hooked. It just looks like one huge fish. Oh. Just have a look out here on this port side of the boat. Just thousands of them. This is just amazing. Dog overboard! Dog overboard! Come on, what are you doing? You silly dog. Come on, get up here. Get up. Get up. There we are. There we are. There we are. Dry off. Big shake. Big shake. We're on. Look at those fish. Oh. Ah, this is one of the most extraordinary places all along this coast. According to the old tribal people I spoke to years ago, they told me about this place. This is where all the Wandjinas, all the creation spirits met, and they had a huge fight. And at the end of the fight, All the Wandjinas turned to stone. You just stand here quietly and look around, and you can see all these Wandjinas. Look at them. All the wonderful shapes. It's a very special place. Cookies, biscuits, bread, always pretty popular out in the bush. But some of these items, a little bit hard to make. What I'm going to do is make up a coconut slice. It's pretty easy. Let's go. So I've got a cup here of self-raising flour, which I'm just going to put through here quickly. A good tablespoon of cocoa in there. And just a pinch of salt. I'll just put it in my hand there, make sure I don't put too much in. A little bit of salt. Mix that up. These have been around for a long time. Cornflakes, I'm putting around about a large cupful in this bag. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to crush it up. What can I use? Use the old billy. I just crush that up there into a fine powder. Add that to your flour and cocoa and salt. There we are. Half a cup of sugar and around about a cup of desiccated coconut. Once again, I don't have butter out in the bush, but I have macadamia oil. So just a little in there. Right. Around about a tablespoonful of golden syrup. Once I've mixed the macadamia oil and golden syrup together, I add around about a teaspoon of vanilla essence. Right, now that's a little bottle, so you've got to be careful carrying vanilla essence in the bush. Put the oil and the golden syrup and vanilla essence in the dry mix. Mix it all up. I've placed some foil in the bottom of the camp oven so it can come out easily. I'm just going to grease up the aluminium foil, put my mixture in. Now that'll go on a fairly cool camp oven. This coconut slice has been on for about 15 minutes. That looks pretty good. There we are. Sprinkle it with coconut and let that set. It'll go quite hard and crispy in about 20 minutes. I've got a nice lump of crocodile tail here. You can see it's a beautiful white meat. Drop that in here and put the oil in. Oil all over that. And let's have a look in my bag of goodies, see what I've got. Bit of salt, of course, a little bit of salt on there. I'm going to put a little touch of curry powder on, just along the top, not too much, just a little bit of powder. What else have I got here? Yeah, what's this? Parsley flakes. You notice that all these are dry, so I can carry them for weeks, if not months, in the bush. Diced dry onion. Yeah, that looks good, right? Drop a little bit of that on there. Right. And what else is in here? Oh yeah. Oh, this is a good one. Garlic. Touch of garlic. Righto. Pop the lid on. Take it over to the fire. Just a few coals that will go underneath the hillbilly camp oven. Pop that on there. And just a few coals on top. That's looking pretty good. So when it's about 60% cooked, I'm going to add the veggies. So what I'm going to do is get this oil that's come out of the crocodile meat and use it to cook the veggies. The veggies go in the ring here in this beautiful crocodile oil. They are perfect. Just grab the croc tail, take a nice big cut along the bone here. This is like the fillet. Beautiful white meat inside there. A little bit of onion. There we are. When I'm out in the bush for long periods at a time, the biggest gripe, the biggest grizzle I have from all the guys with me is the fact that I run out of things that are sweet. So what I do now is knock up a batch of toffee. This is so simple. I'm putting in 4 tablespoons of caster sugar. I've already got a couple in there. And 4 tablespoons of golden syrup. And there's already a couple in there. That's the 3rd one and the 4th one. Just mix that up and simmer that away on the coals for about 10 minutes. To get the desired honeycomb effect, I'm going to put a bit of bicarb of soda, baking powder. You're going to get a violent reaction here in the toffee. See it all bubbling there? Very quickly, right? Put it out in the tray. And there we have rather delicious honeycomb toffee. Nothing better after a long period in the bush. There's not many shops in Australia where you can buy frozen kangaroo tail. We will go in the camp oven for tea. First thing you have to do with your kangaroo tail is to skin it. Pull the skin off. I'm using a pair of pliers. Then I'll cut it up, put it in the camp oven. In go the carrots and potatoes, a couple of onions, put the lid on, straight on the coals. Blowing a gale out here tonight. It's going to be in for a dust storm, I think. Anyway, there's our kangaroo tail, roast potatoes, carrot and onion. Looks pretty good. I've just arrived in Fitzroy Crossing for a real old-fashioned rodeo. I've come here to film the bull riders and a few of the other events as well, but I just love the bull riders. And I reckon these guys are endangered characters because I tell you, it's one of the most dangerous sports that I know. A lot of these men follow the rodeo circuit all over Australia, and they spend hours psyching themselves up for the main event. And the day always begins with a children's bull ride. Did you enjoy that ride?
Yes.
Have you ever done that before?
No.
This time, give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he pulls the head up. This comes out. Hang in there, Millie. Hold on tight.
That was a great ride. You happy with it?
Yeah, I'm really happy with it, thanks, yeah.
What sort of buzz do you get out of this sort of work?
Adrenaline.
Adrenaline?
I love it, yeah, just
yeah,
adrenaline.
You really love it, do you?
Yep.
Yeah. No broken bones yet?
No, I'm going good.
And now the big boys take over, taking incredible risk, just the off chance they may win a few $100s.
Hey, come on, Fitzroy, let's come alive. Nice ride as the cowboy qualifies here in bareback riding. Steps off.
Cameron Stern
Gets out the buckskin horse now as he goes to work on him again. Bull rider, bronc rider goes across the arena fence and says hello, folks. Rivers Causeway Gate. Gets out, stand the man, goes to work on him now. Hey, come on, Fitzroy! Cowboy Causeway Gate now. Time comes down, has a little run out now. The doctor's eyes, the cowboy goes down. The gate now as he gets out. Tough Rock is drawn up on John. Kemp's in trouble. And he's on the John, and there's time.
Now this guy's in serious trouble. He's rushed off to the local hospital with multiple injuries.
Okay, no more talks. The bucking horse, Robert Brooklyn's in trouble. Another one down. Ambulance officers once again required. Peter Justin Scott, 142 points, the winner of the Open Bronc Ride. In second place, Cobb the Pledge, 128. Lloyd Davison.
And after the bucking horses comes the main event, the Wild Scrub Bull. This is the highlight of the three-day event here at Fitzroy Valley. Riding these bulls. The first prize to get on one of these is $1,000. I wouldn't get on one of these for $1 million. Now, how are you going to go today?
Oh, I don't know, eh?
You haven't been doing it for long?
Oh, I've done a bit.
Yeah?
I'll tell you after another hour or so.
Yeah, it's $1,000 for first prize. A lot of good riders here.
Yeah.
Do you expect to win?
Oh, everyone tries. Oh, yes, that's the plan, but see what
You know, I wouldn't get one on one of those bulls for $1 million. I'm probably a bit older than you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Anyway, best of luck, mate.
All right.
At times, the riders end up with broken bones even before they leave the chute.
The bull tries hard to climb out of his shirt. 50 cents for Merv Norton if he can do it. Well, he gets out Causeway Gate. Come on, Fitzroy, let's ride with him. Well, it's a close call as we move down to Merv Wortley. Keith Anderson now, two official judges. Woodcock calls the gate to open up, and from the G.J. Johnson electrical contractor shoot, he's in trouble.
This is her first ride, and she's really scared.
Okay, now one of our females, she calls the gate, gets out and gets down. Well, the wrangler back in.
Why do you do it?
It's the first time I have done it.
First time ever. You look a little scared there.
I am.
Hey?
Still shaking.
Did you land on your face?
Oh, my head.
You all right? Gonna do it again?
Yeah.
Here we go, Lawrence Dolby! Big win!
The men, dressed as clowns, usually distract the bulls, but they all got injured last night and ended up in hospital. The riders have to stay on for 8 seconds.
How about a round of applause for the Cowboy Dean McKinsey? Down inside the 8 seconds, it's a whirly whirly. Boys, let's hear it. Let's go for it. Come on. Opportunity now to put $1,000 into his pocket if he can stay on board the red name for 8 seconds. Red name!
Hell of a ride, mate. What do you think of it?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you get for that?
This feature bull ride won $1,000.
$1,000?
Yeah.
I tell you what, the judges are very happy with it.
Yeah, it is.
7.9 they reckon.
Yeah, I don't know. He's been unridden and finally he's been rode.
That was the first time that bull was ever ridden?
Yep.
How did you get to ride it?
Oh, I just put my name in a hat and it got drawn out.
Congratulations. Well
Thank you.
The Bull Rider of the Year. That's Fitzroy. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's pretty good, eh? Yeah.
How much money did you make?
Oh, 2,200, I think.
You're pretty happy with the rides?
Yeah, it was good, eh? Yeah, real good.
Tell me, why do you ride bulls?
Oh, just for the fun of it, eh?
Okay.
Just good sport.
You had many broken bones?
Oh, smashed my leg up, that was about all. Yeah.
We're heading for a billabong near the Fitzroy River. It's getting hot, so the water hole will probably dry up before the wet, so I've got a permit to remove any freshwater crocs before they die. All right, now that net looks pretty good there. So what we got to do is just go up the other end of the billabong and start splashing wildly. The crocodiles hopefully will swim down to this end of the billabong, and we should, with luck, get one or two in the net. There's a bit of movement in the net here, and I'd say that's probably a croc. Just about here. Just hook it up and see what we've got. Oh, he's literally caught. There we are. Oh. And that's our Australian freshwater croc, or Johnstone River croc. Very attractive crocodile, only found from the Fitzroy River through the Kimberleys and around Kakadu and the Gulf of Carpentaria and across the west side of Cape York. Hey, come on, come on. Oh. And another nice little freshie. A lot smaller, but yeah, it's a female. Just what I want for the park back at Broome. Just before I head back to Broome, I want to show the kids here at the station those two freshies I caught this morning. Come and have a look.
He's all tied up.
Yeah, he's tied up. Can you grab that bag? You pull that bag from there. See how these bottom teeth, look, see how they push through the top jaw there? So when you grab a fish, the top and bottom jaw locked together. That's all the net caught in the teeth.
Oh,
hey?
Net.
Hey?
Net.
What do you reckon? We're crocodile might bite you. I've just pulled up down on the lower Fitzroy River. An old mate of mine camps here. He's getting pretty old. We're just going to go and see how he is. You there, Howard? Yeah. And how are you getting on? Hey?
No.
All right?
No. No. I'm all right.
You all right?
Yeah.
It's about 8 years since I've been here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we still drink and smoke.
You're still smoking, and you're still having the odd pan. That's what keeps you going.
Well, I suppose so, eh?
Yeah. Few more changes to the camp. The floods have taken a bit more of the camp away.
Yeah.
And where's the water tanks?
They're a bit further down the river.
Bit further down the river.
Yeah.
They're gone. And how's your health?
Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
86.
86?
Yeah.
And you're going well.
Yeah.
What do you do most of the day now?
I do nothing, and I got all day to do it in.
What are you going to do when you get too old? You going to stay here?
When I get too old, you'll never go old.
I've heard that you've gone very modern and you now have a gas freezer.
Yeah.
Where is it?
up there.
What? Up in the 2-story?
Yeah.
Why is it up there?
Well, so the water won't get in.
Oh, when the floods come?
Yeah.
The floods come right through here, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
And what do? You just...
I go up there too and say goodbye to me freezers.
And just sit up there with your freezer. I'm heading up to the 2nd story. This is where Helmut camps when the big floods are on. Sometimes he stays up here for a couple of weeks or more. When the Fitzroy's in total flood, it's raging down each side of this camp, and Helmut stays up here for 2 or 3 weeks with great trees and logs banging against it. He's got his dog up here. He's got his chook who's sitting down here on some eggs. He's isolated here from the outside world until the flood goes. When Helmut made this shack 30 years ago, he made everything out of concrete and these iron rods so it wouldn't wash away in the floods. We're now down in the saltwater end of the Fitzroy River, and Ben here, my old mate, is a guru barra fisherman. He knows all the secret spots, eh, Ben?
Probably should get a couple of barra, maybe a salmon or 2 as well.
I want more than 2 barra. Anyway, we're going to be in for a good day. Sorry, mate, you want the net? Oh, nice, sweaty. Oh, that's a good start to the day. Hey, got the lid as well. I think we better put that one on the ice, don't you, Ben? These are a beautiful eating fish, aren't they?
They are.
Hey? Well, that's my first fish for the day. It's not a barramundi, but it's a nice salmon. These little mullet, they're picked up in the throw net, a perfect bait. There's a barra taking that mullet now. See how he's running with it? And that's my first barra for the day, and it's a very nice fish. Another good fish on here. There he is. You got the net there, Ben, please? Do you mind, mate? Well done. Beautiful. Another one, Ben. Where'd you get that? Just here?
Secret spot.
Yeah, I didn't even see you get that. Hey? Not much difference in size. That one's a bit bigger.
Nice pair.
Aren't they beautiful fish? And how's that for a Lower Fitzroy River barramundi? That really was a great day. When you're out in the bush, it's very hard to survive without water or fire. Now, there are many ways of making fire. One of the easiest and most efficient way is to always carry a flint. See, you can drop that in the water, get it dirty, and that little piece of apparatus there will give you about 2,000 strikes. It's just a matter of striking this piece of metal down on the flint for a couple of seconds and you've got fire. And there we have a fire in about 3 seconds. How many times over the years in the bush does this happen? You're in a hurry, you start spinning the tyres, and the next thing, the diff housing's down in the sand, and you've got a major bog. But there's a very easy way of getting out of this. Now, I don't believe you should be out in the outback without a good winch. But a winch is useless unless you've got somewhere to attach it. Now, there are no rocks around here. There are no trees. So what you need is what we call a portable rescue tree or a ground anchor. And when you carry it, it folds up like this See how it opens out? Righto, now it opens out and you bury it down in the ground like so. See how it's going down there now very easily. The large D-bolt that you use to hold it together when you're travelling is now positioned here on the front of the portable tree or the ground anchor. You attach your winch to this one here, just pull it up a little bit, bury it in, and the handle here is used to pull it out of the sand when we're finished. Righto. Now as I start winching, I've got a problem because that vehicle is going to pull down, so the diff housing is going to go further down into the sand. So this is the trick. You get your spare tyre and you place it under the winch cable, so the cable goes up here and then down, and the vehicle will be pulled up and along at the same time. Now all I have to do is jump in the vehicle, drive it slowly in low range, drive the winch at the same time, and I should come out of this very loose sandy bog pretty easily. Now you can also use this to get yourself over a sand dune. Trying to get over this sand dune, wheel starts spinning, the diff housing goes down into the sand in a couple of seconds, so potentially it can be real big trouble. So this is another example of where you can use your ground anchor, your portable rescue tree. You're going to get off there? Come on, come on. So once again, I'm using the tyre under the winch cable. The winch cable's now fixed to the ground anchor, and the idea of this is to lift the vehicle. As I start winching, the tyre will move towards the vehicle, and the winch cable is actually rising up and it's lifting the vehicle out of that sand. I'll move the tyre up again and repeat the process. Probably the second time I'll be out of the bog. There we are, pack it away, and I'm on my way. When you're out in the bush and you're really hungry, in a survival situation, it doesn't matter what you eat. Now, if you look at most of the dead timber, it's hollow. See that there? That means that there were white ants around. Now this one has got no white ants in it, nothing there. I've got another branch here that I've just picked up, and I've broken it, and I reckon we might be able to get a feed out of here. Out in the bush you don't, oh yes, here we are. I can see now. Just have a look in here. Big, fat, juicy white ant coming out. One white ant's not much of a feed, but if you get yourself a container of water and you can tip these white ants out into the container here and wash all the dirt and decomposing wood off them. So we're just going to shake this down here and see what I can get in the way of a meal. Give this a good shake. Come on. Tip the water off. And there they are. What a bonus. Have a look in here. Look at all these big, fat, juicy white ants here. If there's not too much dirt on them and you're really starving, just get them straight out like this and straight in the mouth. Now the whole of North Australia is just riddled with white ants. So in a survival situation, these little critters will keep you alive. Here's one here. Very nice. See the size of them in here? Look. Almost a centimetre long.
And here's two of my youngest mates, 3-month-old dingo pups, and they're not that keen on the water. This one here is a white one, would you believe? But up here, you want to hop out, mate? All right, you can hop out. Up here in Broome, they go red. So what I'm going to do is just give him a bit of a clean up and a bit of a wash. How's that? And there you have what a pure white dingo should look like. Just a touch of gold here on the ears. Now these are very rare in the wild because they can't hide. When the ginger ones are hiding in the dry grass, they can't be seen from the air. These ones are always picked out by the eagles and they're grabbed and killed. And this one is a pure dingo, it's DNA tested, and you are just so gorgeous, aren't you? You want to go down with your mate? All right, here we are. This is a young Major Mitchell cockatoo. What a dag, look at him there. He's only about 4.5 weeks old, just getting his feather through, and it's time for a feed. You right, mate? Here we are, open up. Here we are. He gets fed about every 4 to 5 hours. It's a special mixture of muesli, Pharax, baby food, calcium, and he's doing very well. And I just checked that the crop, no, the crop's not quite full. It's a good idea not to overfeed them. Come on. And this is Cracker 10 months later. We call him Cracker after the famous volcano because he never keeps still for more than about 2 seconds. Hey? Having a peanut, mate. Hey? There we are. Off you go. You want one, Icky? Here's one. Here you are, you can have that. This is Umi. Umi the emu. Now, who's raised by a friend of ours on animal care in Broome. We just have to get Umi from the backyard here into the trailer and out to the farm. Round one to Umi. Well, we got him into the trailer. We're just going to wet him down, calm him down, put a tarp on, right out of here.
Good boy.
This is Mallow. Remember, this is the one that was playing with Bundy. Well, he's now matured and he wants to be the dominant male, and they don't let Bundy in here anymore. And what he's doing now is standing right up to show me how big he is. He'll lean right back and he'll use that tail as a spring and he'll come forward and he will grab with his claws and try and pull me in and kick me with his feet. You can see. No, stop, come on, calm down a bit. Now for me that was very interesting, that fight, because he couldn't have a go at me. He turned on his mate, and he actually could have held that other male down if he wanted to and actually rip it, but he let it go. Now I'm going to go down and he'll come down And that is the end of the conflict.
And this is one of the best times for living on a crocodile park, is when the baby crocs are hatching out. Here they are. Well, it's been a great show. We'll do it all again next week. Come on, guys. Here. Here we go. Down in the water. Hey, come on, stop fighting. This week I'm going to do a boating trip with a good mate of mine, Terry Hayden. Now Terry lost his leg in a boating accident, about 20 years ago, but that doesn't deter him from his two great loves, and that's the ocean and saltwater fly fishing. Now Terry manufactures these top-of-the-range fly reels, and he's always wanted to test them out along the wild Kimberley coast. So he's going to join me as we launch the boat up the top of the Dampier Peninsula, and we're going to do a boating trip into the dangerous waters of the Buccaneer Archipelago. Without local knowledge, I wouldn't suggest anyone tackling this country. The rushing tides are incredibly dangerous. This is why not many people fish these waters, because it's just too dangerous. I've been coming into these waters for 30 years. We've got the second highest rise and fall of tide in the world. All this white water, they're just rocks under there, mate. But we're going to get through there, but around the back, in the back eddies, brilliant fishing. Take it away, Rocker. Go. Go, 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 go. This is Terry's first fish. We're not sure what it is. Look at that. Hey, look out, we're going around in a whirlpool. That's all right, just hang on, everybody. Just hang on, it's not too bad. I'll turn the head towards me a little bit. Yeah.
My first decent queenie.
There we are. That's a good fish, isn't it? What do you reckon, bud? How's your knee feel, Terry?
Okay, it's a little bit tired, but
yeah,
that's the reason I use crutches as much as I can on hills these days.
Oh. Now tell me, Terry, how does this leg work?
Well, it's a pendulum system, and this one's got a hydraulic unit in it, as you can see
Right there, yeah.
And as you walk, the hydraulic reacts as necessary. If you step off the toe, it breaks away.
So when you put pressure on the ground here, it naturally bends really quickly.
Yeah, you've got to put a lot of pressure on it though, the weight of your body.
I see, the weight of the body? Yeah.
So it does it in that, because a step is like that, so if you do that, it breaks away.
That's fantastic.
And yet if you just try and do it, there you go.
Yeah. And up there it just goes down nice and slowly. Sun up. Terry's already out on the rocks, making up some flies. Terry, even though a lot of the fish here are quite big, most of them are feeding on little tiny bait fish, only about 2 or 3, perhaps 4 centimetres long, mainly white.
Now, can you make a good fly that'll represent those little bait fish?
Certainly can, Mel. I've already started a similar type of fly here out of a white synthetic, which can be trimmed to whatever length and depth that you wish.
Now that's looking pretty good. It's only about 3 or 4 centimetres long. Basically white, just wants a touch of black or blue in it. I reckon that'll work really well.
I can do that. We use a texture.
Rightio. Oh, texture colour.
Yeah.
Righto, that sounds good to me. So there we have it, a very simple fly. Very small, so when it goes through the water, it'll get wet and it'll look like a little bait fish.
IG, you're a determined customer.
Thank you very much.
He's a big one, Terry. Have a look over here. Look out, let's get out of here. Go for it, go. I thought Bundy might have gone over. Look, you better get off there. Come on, too dangerous. Hey Terry, we've got about 3 metres at the mouth of this creek, but I want to get in here. I reckon it's a good place to have a fish, but I tell you what, there's some white water down here. I better get out of here. Nothing goes to plan in the Kimberleys. Just working out to go into this creek, and suddenly the tide got us and spun us around. In a split second, the boat is stuck. The stern's jammed on a rock there. The anchor and the bow stuck up there, and we're just balancing here. So it's a little bit hairy. Hopefully, in a minute or two, this boat's going to pick up, so the boat's not going to swing around and damage ourselves down on these rocks down here. Hang on, hang on. Here we go, here we go. Hang on. We're right, we're right. We're off the rock.
There it is.
Not too much damage. Oh, there's never a dull moment in the Kimberleys, mate, I tell you. Unbelievable. Just have a look, Terry, at the water moving over those rocks there.
I can see it, all right.
This is the fly that we made this morning. I'm now going to show you how good it is. What do you reckon, Terry? We call it a day and go back and make camp, mate. The tide is running out now. This is one of my very special places in the Kimberley. I wanted to show you this, Terry, before we headed home. What you've got here is a very high reef, and the tide here drops so quickly, all this water's trapped on the top, and you've got this just spectacular waterfall that runs for several hundred metres up there. Isn't that beautiful?
Absolutely.
Absolutely fantastic. I can come back here time and time and time again, and I never tire of this. This is just beautiful. And now for something completely different.
I'm going to make a good old Australian pavlova. Going to make it in the camp oven. Oh yes, I know, you can see you all smiling out there. Well, they're not bad things to carry out here in the bush. These have been around for donkey's years. Pavlova magic. So we just open it up. Before I cook it, I'm going to tell you just quickly what I'm going to do. You've got to have a beautiful, calm morning. No wind, because you don't want any dust blowing around to get in your bowl, because that's going to wreck the egg when you beat it up. I've got a nice bowl here, and I've got to have that spotlessly clean, no oil, no dust, and we need an inverter. Now an inverter basically converts the 12-volt current, you see I've got it attached to the battery over here, converts the 12-volt current to 240. So I just switch it on, and now out here in the bush, presto, it's all ready to go. These little pavlova mixtures, you can carry them for months. Just pull the label off, break it in half here. There's the instructions inside, which I don't need. There's your egg white. You keep these nice and clean, because these are what you use for measuring your water and your caster sugar. Righto. Take the bottom one. I've got here lukewarm water. Perfect. Pour it off carefully, because I don't want any rubbish in the water. Tip it in the bowl there. Get my mixture. Take the top off it quickly. Tip it in. We just beat this up for about 15 seconds. Righto. Flick the inverter on. Put the mixer up on full speed. And give it to it for about 10 or 12 minutes. Let's go. This is where your experience comes in. It might only be 4 or 5 minutes. When you get it nice and thick, see it peaking here? Now use the other half of the egg for your caster sugar. Put your beater down on slow speed and tip it in slowly. Now back up to high speed for 1 minute. Righto, that's ready to go, straight into the camp oven. Now the next most important aspect of cooking a pav in a camp oven is very low heat. I'm just going down there into the hot sand, just a touch of ash. Righto. Now, you only want your camp oven at around about 100 degrees. So, I think that's pretty right. What I'm going to do is put aluminium foil in the bottom here, in there. I've made myself a little foil ring here. Pop that in the bottom of the camp oven and straight in with the mixture. Now on with the lid. There we are. Just a couple of coals on top. Now I only want to have that pav at about 100 degrees. I can just about touch the side of it. There's still a little bit too much heat around here, so I get rid of all this. This is the most critical part. If you've got too much heat, you'll cook your pavlova, it'll rise, in a few minutes, bang, go down the size of a pancake. The time has come to check the pav. Now I'll let you in a little secret. This one here, oh, look at that. This is actually number 2. The other one was okay, but this one is perfect. See it there? And here we are an hour later. Let the pav get nice and cool. And what I'm going to do is take the foil off. And here, I've got tin kiwi fruit, tin mandarin, and bottled passion fruit squirt. I'll finish it off with the passion fruit squirt. Now how's that for a treat out in the bush?
Yep.
That'll do me for my sushi. Once you've caught your tuna, it's pretty easy out in the bush to make some sushi rolls, providing you've got the raw ingredients. The first thing you need is sushi rice. It's a very small, short grain rice. 2 cups of rice to about 1 cup of water. I'll bring that rice to a rapid boil and then I'll simmer it for about 12 minutes. There we are. That rice has been on for about 10 or 12 minutes now on a low heat. I'm just taking it off and put the lid back on, and I'll leave that there for about another 10 minutes until there's no moisture left. The next step is about 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of sugar, and 2 tablespoons of rice vinegar. If you don't have the rice vinegar, it's not going to work. So mix all that up together. The nori rolls or dry seaweed, you can carry it for weeks in the bush. Once you let the air in, you've got to use it up. Now, the traditional way of making the sushi rolls is to use a bamboo mat. I don't have that out in the bush, so I'm just going to use the table, and I'm going to put my rice straight on here. Right. All I have for filling is some slivers of onion out here, and the tuna that I caught, I've soaked it in soy sauce so it's gone a little dark, but that's fine. Before I roll it up, I just add a touch of the very hot traditional wasabi sauce. Don't put too much on or you'll burn everybody's palate. Righto. Now that'll roll up well there. Here we go. Now to seal it, a bit of water. To cut the roll, you need a very sharp, wet knife, and it just slices through there. To finish it off, a little soy sauce. Pretty good. In the wheat belt of Western Australia, I meet up with Bob. He has a passion for collecting and restoring old tractors. Now, Bob, I get the impression you're in love with tractors, is that right?
Oh, yeah, well, I've always had a soft spot for them. And
this is a pretty old one.
Yeah.
This one behind us is pretty new.
That's right.
How old's that one?
This one here?
Yeah.
Although we've only had that one, about 2 months.
How old are you now?
77.
And you're just going into another stage of life. I mean, look at the size of the thing.
Well, I don't really ever drive them. Occasionally I might drive for half a day.
Yeah,
and
well, that's not bad.
The voice.
Well, how many acres of wheat have you got in here?
Oh, we got 22,500 acres.
So how many tractors have you got altogether restored?
Well, I've got to think a bit.
Bob is a compulsive collector.
Yeah,
and he's lost count of how many tractors he's reconditioned.
Of course. Yeah. That little Caterpillar came to this district in 1941.
Look at this.
It's rather unique, really.
Shows you what the old timers were like. All the hours that he's done in this machine are all written in this book here. Look. Have you ever worked out how many hours he's actually done?
Yeah, 6,100 it's done. I think it's in the back.
And what's the story behind this old Chev?
Yeah, that's a 1927, 28 Chev, I think that's what it is.
That is very special, though, isn't it, in another few
Oh,
years?
yeah, well,
You're
you
gonna
know,
get a
old
lot of
trucks like that now are pretty hard to come by.
That's right, in this sort of condition.
Yeah, well, this one's been done up.
Yeah.
There's the powerhouse there under the bonnet.
The powerhouse.
Yeah, that's a lot of the old stuff we used to use in years gone by.
Yeah, these were very
That
common.
was
I used to...
Dad's old
Jackaroo.
separator. I
I
wound
used to
that
work
many
one
times.
of these every morning.
Yeah.
When I was a young bloke.
Get the cream and the butter.
You have to milk the cows by hand.
Yeah, that's right.
The younger generation don't even know what these are, you know.
No, they'd ask you.
The milk goes in there and you turn the handle and the cream comes out here.
There's
and then
the
you
old-
take the cream and put it in the butter maker and make your butter.
Old milk buckets. That one
Yeah.
had a bit of a battering. The
Yeah.
cow kicked that a few times. It was an
That's
enamel
right.
one.
Yeah.
This is an aluminium one, but...
You know, I met a woman in Broome a few years ago. She wouldn't drink milk after she found out that milk came out of the back of a cow. This is a true story. She was a Dutch lady.
Yeah.
And I said, where do you think it comes from? She said, well, it comes out of a bottle.
Yeah.
I said, yes, but where does it come from before it goes into the bottle?
Yeah.
She said, I saw a film of them going like this. Oh, she said, I couldn't drink milk after it. All the old
These
irons.
are the old petrol irons, Mark.
That's right.
They used to fill them up with petrol and then you'd turn this on and it'd vaporise and it'd heat the bottom. Bit dangerous at times.
I reckon you're one of my endangered characters because there's not many blokes at your age that are so active now, are there?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of cockies don't make old bones.
Too much like hard work.
Eh?
Working 4 farms. You've got 4 places there.
Oh, yeah, but I only drive between them a lot of the time and chase a few sheep and that I kept the sheep up to them.
Yeah. Now, Bob, what do you got here? This is a new V8.
No, New Cross 8. It's a V8.
Oh,
of
yeah,
course.
Cross 8.
Yeah.
4-wheel drive?
Yeah, a constant 4-wheel drive. I picked it up at Young Motors in Perth.
Yeah.
They reckoned I'd be the oldest bloke in Western Australia driving a Cross 8. I said, well, I don't mind.
Yeah. So this is the oldest one?
Yeah, that's the oldest one I've got here now.
Yeah.
Bar, I've got a 2-ton over in the shed that I
This
haven't
is the
finished
flashless
yet.
one.
Yeah.
This is the most impressive.
Most expensive, anyway.
One of these would be worth about, what, 300, 350,000 or something?
Oh, about 330, I think
Yeah.
James said.
I'm very impressed. Well, I might keep moving.
Eh?
I might keep moving now.
All right.
Yeah, good on you, Bob. Thanks for all that. In the hottest time of the year, I meet up with this amazing character. Now, Christian, where did you buy this bicycle?
I bought it in Adelaide. at the bike
Adelaide?
Shop, yeah.
And you're riding from Adelaide?
To Darwin, and now I'm driving to Perth.
So you've gone Adelaide, Darwin,
Yeah?
and we've met you near Timber Creek, and now you're going all the way to Kununurra, and then
Kununurra.
all the way to Broome and Perth.
Yes, exactly.
But
I
it's
like the coastal
November,
highway.
December, it's the hottest time of the year. You enjoying it?
I'm still enjoying it, yeah. It's better than cold weather in Switzerland, for example.
Yeah?
Yeah, really.
I see a lot of Europeans and a lot of Japanese people cycling on these roads in our winter time, but I never see anyone in this time of the year. Today it's going to be about 42 degrees. How are you coping in the heat?
Right, if it gets too hot, I'll take a rest.
Yeah.
But you drive on.
Mate, I dip my hat to you. I've never seen anything like it. 40 degrees heat already. It must be 40 degrees now. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. What do you got here? You got a tent?
A tent, a bag for food. Here's also some food.
You got a frying pan here?
Some pans, a light.
And what do you got here? Just a spare ground sheet?
Yeah, that's for covering my bicycle at night, or if it would rain.
Mm. And do you get tired? I mean, in the heat. Unbelievable.
Tired, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I really get tired, yeah.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of rest stops, and then I'll take a rest.
I'm going to make a very good suggestion. Do you want to ride into Kununurra or not?
No. I think I'll miss a lot, so I want to do it by bicycle.
You miss a lot of, what, snakes and animals and things on the road, and
And the scenery, yeah.
And just the scenery.
And the heat.
Yeah. What about a cold drink of water?
That will be nice.
Righto, mate. I'll get you a cold drink of water. Christian, look what I got here. Cold water. And I've got just the stuff for you, mate. I think they call this Powerade. Make you nice and strong. There we are.
That's all right.
There we are. You just wait a minute. I'll get a stick. There we are. Mix it up. You try that.
Okay, thank you. Great.
How was that? Good?
Good, yeah, really good.
All right, mate. Been nice meeting you. We've got to make tracks.
Okay.
We might see you in Broome.
In Broome, even?
Yeah. In fact, I got the crocodile farm now. I'll give you a ticket for the crocodile farm. You come and see the crocodiles in Broome.
Oh, that's really great.
Right, mate.
Okay.
Enjoy yourself. And happy Christmas if I don't see you before Christmas.
And
Christmas only in 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks?
That's right, mate. Yep.
And a bit late in New Year's Eve.
That's right. Well, enjoy yourself.
Okay.
Good cycling.
See ya.
I'm just about to head out into the Great Sandy Desert of Western Australia. I'm heading for the Kirakara community. Now, the Kirakara community is the home of the Pinnabee Aborigines. And Europeans only made contact with the Pinnabee as recently as the 1960s. And they still lead a very traditional lifestyle. And over the years, I've been lucky enough to spend time with these extraordinary people. 2 years ago, all this desert country was hit with massive floods, and this is a result. Now, I've got differential locks on the vehicle, and this is the only way I can get through. Put the diff locks in, all 4 wheels are driving. This is my favourite desert drink, grevillea and water. When these grevillea are flowering, they're just oozing nectar here, and it's just a matter of dipping the nectar into the water a few times, and you've got yourself a beautiful, sweet drink. Mmm, delicious. There's only one problem when you get a camel on the road in front of you. You won't get off the track. Come on! On these really remote tracks in the Western Desert, at certain places where there used to be Aboriginal wells where they used to get water, the government years ago has installed these very simple pumps. So if you break down, you're guaranteed water. It's not a good idea to try and bring a standard caravan out on these rough corrugated roads because they literally fall apart. I'm now just on 1,000 kilometres from Broome. I've just about reached Kirakara, and this would be probably still the most isolated and most remote place in Australia.
Hello. Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
You see on the movie we all have a competition. This is my first morning at Kirakara, and it's freezing cold. Just a matter of making contact now with all the old people and the kids, and we'll spend the rest of the week out hunting. This is what we've been following for the last couple of hours. This cat track, or putty cat as they call it. The cat now dominates the Western Desert, and it's one of the preferred foods of the Pinnabee people. And this is what we've been hunting all afternoon, these feral cats. I know it's not a very pretty sight, but they've killed out so many of our small native mammals, and now, after the kangaroo, these are the preferred food for the Pinnabee people. They call it putty cat. We've gone for about 4 hours today just to get one of these. That'll feed a whole family. And this would have to be one of the most bizarre creatures in the Great Sandy Desert, Moloch horridus, or commonly called the thorny devil. They look very dangerous, but these spikes here are actually quite soft. Now, when people find these on the road, your first reaction is, oh, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it different? We'll take it home as a pet. Well, these are very hard to keep in captivity because they live on ants. So if you do see one of these, just have a look at it, take a photograph of it, and let it go on its way. Well, they had quite a day here. They ended up with 3 kangaroos, or mallow, and a bush turkey and a cat. Once the fires died down, they cleaned the ash out, put the roos in, hot sand back on top and the ash, and that is a traditional way of cooking kangaroo out here in the desert. A feral cat leg bone is still used as an ornament by some of the old men. How's this for a mako, as they call them here, witchetty grub? Just have a look at the size of this. When you're looking for witchetty grubs, you don't always find that powdered eaten wood around the base of the tree. Sometimes the tree can be quite rotten. See how that tree is breaking away there? And to me, that's a good indication that there will be witchetty grubs down here in the roots. So I've just pulled this root out and you can see there's holes in each end and it's all been eaten along here, so I just split it open. There we are. See there? A nice fat grub. Just ease him out. Look at that. There's a good one, Mum. Lungunba. Your name. Yo. Now these ones are absolutely delicious. You can eat them raw. Just like that. Or cook them just for a few seconds on the hot coals. And that is just a superb taste. As I said 25 years ago when I was first out here in one of my early films, it tastes like a combination of sweet banana and almond. Just superb. Bella, look at Bella. This biggest mob. How many? How's that for a feed? Couple of hours in the desert? You can see why they call them the lizard eaters. This is my favourite tucker in the desert. Goanna, straight on the coals. That's a lot. Oh, right. This is the tail of the goanna, and you can see here this beautiful lump of white meat. There's an extraordinary story unfolding here at Kirakara. All the old men and the women now are doing paintings that are in world demand. Wadam Petty here was one of the last of the nomads to come out of the country north from here near Lake Mackay just a few years ago. And now he's a world famous artist and his paintings are bringing huge prices, especially in America and Europe. This is Sandhill country, from north from here, and it is a very beautiful painting. You look at it, it's an abstract design, but it almost mesmerises you. You can actually see the sandhills moving, and to me, I can almost see that heat shimmering on it. I am very impressed. I knew when I got up this morning we're in trouble. The camp's been ransacked by dingoes. One just over here watching me now, picking up the last of whatever it's stolen. This is all that's left of a bag of flour. And here, one lonely red-winged boot. The other one's gone, dragged away by the dingoes. Anyway, it's time for me to move on, but don't go away. We'll be right back after a break. This is a typical scene in inland Australia. Super saline water. There's salt crystals all around the edge. Camels have been down here drinking, but if I try to drink this water, I would die. So what I have to do is convert that filthy, undrinkable water into good drinking water. Oh, that's saltier than seawater. Now there are several ways of converting this to fresh water, but I first have to collect a fair bit of it. In a survival situation, you've often got to improvise. Now I've picked up this old jerry can on the side of the road. I've washed it out several times with the salt water. I'm going to fill it up and stick an old hose in here, jam a rag in there, put it on the fire and collect some steam. I've now got the jerry can on a small fire. It's steaming away here and the majority of the steam's going down the hose and coming out the other end here. What I have to do is condense that steam by pouring water over this t-shirt, and I just keep my fire going for several hours, get a cup of water. Using an old jerry can and a siphoning hose is okay, but when it converts back to water, the steam, sometimes it's got a pretty foul taste. So if you're serious about survival in the bush, you carry, say, a big pot, which I always have for cooking mud crabs. I've just got a hole here in the lid and about 3 metres of tube, and that gives me perfect water. This is pretty salty, disgusting, undrinkable water. So just fill up the pannikin here and straight on the fire. For this to work successfully, you've got to have an excellent seal on your lid. So the majority of the steam is forced out through the plastic hose. Now I just always put a bag or a rag or an old pair of jeans or anything over it. The steam comes down here and it condenses it and runs down into this pot here. But if you're going to rely on any of these tricks, these survival techniques in the bush, well, make sure you practice them well before you leave home. This is a very interesting Australian icon. It's an old tin billy with a difference. You use this when you've got very little firewood, or you don't like having a big fire and you want to boil the billy really quickly. You place your leaves in there and you put your billy on top here. But what actually happens is that the billy inside's shaped very differently. So the flames come up through here and they heat the water in just a minute or two. You can see the flames coming up through the middle of the billy, and that's why it heats the water up so quickly. I've got some very special mates. These are squirrel gliders, and they're a threatened species. I'll just open the door up here. Come on, guys. We've got a big spotlight on them. Here, look what I've got. Yeah. We're breeding a whole colony of these so people can see them at our new wilderness park at night. We're doing a big nocturnal walk, and I'm very excited about it. Just in the tree nearby, you can hear the barking owl. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Out in the wild, they live on sap and blossom. Here. 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 I've got one here, mate. Look. Oh, there we are. They're just beautiful animals. I've just been to the airport and I've just picked up 2 purebred dingo pups. Isn't this just the most beautiful animal? This is a 9 weeks old purebred bitch. It's a purebred dingo, and we know it's purebred because it's been DNA tested. Very strong head, beautiful big paws, typical dingo colour, that ginger colour. A little bit quiet from the trip up from Perth. These have been bred in a wildlife park down south. Now, just take a little bit of my saliva and put it on there. They get the smell, and I believe that helps with the bonding. There you are. You just go for a little walk around. But this guy here, oh now, this is a very special dingo. Your first reaction is, never seen a black one. Well, you only get about 4% of dingoes in the total population in Australia are this particular colour. 25 years ago in the Great Sandy Desert of Western Australia, I saw one of these, and they always have the touch of ginger or brown on the feet here, and the very strong piece of white on the 4 feet. See there? Very uniform colour, and the white blaze underneath there, see? Strong white blaze and a very strong tip on the tail. You also get white dingoes. Only about 1% of the total population throws to the pure white. See that white under the chin there? Yeah, there you are. A little bit quiet from the trip up. This one is also a purebred, been DNA tested. A little bit of saliva there. Yeah, go for a little bit of a run, and then you can go and have a good sleep. I've got the 2 dingoes here. I've just brought them back out to the farm. I'm now going to introduce them to the other 2. What I've done is cut off some of their territory. Now the male there is trying to dominate these 2. So I'll keep them divided off like this for a few weeks, and I'll open it up. It'll probably be a big fight, and they should be all right. We can see how successful that was. During the night, they dug themselves a hole under there. Everybody's happy. So, here goes number 4. So all's well. And that's the end of the dry season, the beginning of the wet season. And that's the end of the series too. I had a ball making it, but I hope you enjoyed watching it. With a bit of luck, we'll do it all again next year, once the rain stops.
Do you want to be our next Combi Camper winner? It's the final week to get double entries. We have given away 2. Number 3 is this. And there they are, Georgina. Congrats. Congrats, girls. Enjoy. Beautiful. Let me tell you what you're getting. A beautiful RV Combi Camper, 2 double beds inside, a fridge, a freezer, a microwave, and it's air conditioned.